Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Heavy Metallurgy, number 202 to be exact. Welcome to Friday. Hope you all had a wonderful week. I'm Marty. It's good to see you. And I'm joined by three handsome young devils from scattered all over the planet here. But, Roger, welcome back. How you been?
Thank you. I'm been good. I, of course, had the flu, but apart from that, life is going as normal.
Excellent. What's been happening over on the channel?
I did a black metal update on Monday or something like that. Been, of course, not doing videos where I was sick, but I have a couple of more updates to do, and then I will probably jump on some, this death metal thing that's going on.
Cool. Well, looking forward to that. Anybody that's not a subscriber to Roger's channel, please go down the description and click on it. Austin, good to see you. Been a minute since you've been on here. How have you been?
I'm good. It's been a really gnarly winter here.
Yeah.
A lot of snow, and it was really cold. And but I got outside a lot, and I've been really busy at the brewery, making lots of beer and working on a new album. So
awesome.
That's been amazing, and I would say I'm 80% done. Kind of waiting on Charlie to do his orchestrations, and I'm gonna start kind of toying with vocals. Lyrics are done. It's a concept album, so it's like a story. It's like a story record, so it's taken a lot of writing, but it's also the liner notes will also have a different alternate view of the story in the form of flashbacks from the main character's childhood. So there's been like a ton of writing, a lot of ideological stuff being addressed through fiction. So that's been kind of a new challenge. So yeah, I'm having a lot of fun, but mostly just brewing a lot of beer.
Awesome. Well, some of you may or may not know, Austin is also co-owner of Bind Recordings. Him and I toil beneath that banner as well. And we just put up pre-orders today for the debut Kolga mini LP that's been out for a while digitally. It's finally got a proper release is coming along.
There were CDs of it too back in the day.
Yeah, there was. Didn't you like CDR those?
Yeah, they were DIY, and they had like color covers, and then they came with a silk screen patch.
Right on.
I think there was only like 100 of them.
Shoot!
What is happening?
I got a tornado warning.
You're kidding me.
No.
Huh. Well, yeah, the Kolga, for those of you who haven't heard it, it's on Bandcamp. You can go on the Bind Room Bandcamp or the Kolga Bandcamp and check it out. Pre-orders are
restricted. It doesn't have a Bandcamp page.
Oh, it doesn't? I thought it did.
No, it's just Bind Room.
It's on the Bind Room page, and it's strictly limited to 300 copies. Go check it out. Anything you want to add about the record while we're talking about it? I mean, you and Jack recorded this, in 2012?
No, it was before that.
6? I don't remember.
2010 was when we did the initial tracking. It was actually the weekend that you and I met.
And in fact, my guitar is on a couple of those tracks. You borrowed a guitar from me while you were here. Yeah.
Right. And so we just decided that we wanted to write a record that was inspired by the Great Lakes and the forest there, because that was kind of like the kind of center of me and Jack's friendship. And he was kind of the person that helped me to fall in love with the North Woods and the Laurentian Forest region and the Great Lakes. And so we, a lot of the songs are about like personal experiences, like places that we went, times when we were out in the woods having long conversations. And it was really cool. I mean, it's a deeply personal and deeply spiritual recording. And it's super raw, right? It's, pretty DIY. And it was nice to go back in with the knowledge that I have now from spending, so many years recording and fixing. Sorry, it keeps moving. That's freaking me out.
No, I have to move it to blow you up. You have to be in a corner. Anyway, keep going. Sorry.
And it with the knowledge that I have now, and fixing it up and making the record actually sound presentable. And I'm really happy with the way it turned out. I mean, I know it was agonizing with the test press approval thing. Yeah, sorry about that. But I'm really, really excited about it, and I'm excited that it. Actually, Jack and I are talking about doing more. So you're gonna be on that, Marty, playing bass and stuff. So, once I get done working on this new Panopticon album, I'll probably dive into rewriting, because we had like a whole nother album worth of material, and I stopped all that stuff because I didn't like it. I literally just deleted it because I felt like it was terrible.
No.
So yeah, it's gonna feel good to get new material in that sound, that kind of cold, atmospheric, dreamy, but decidedly more black metal. Like, there's no death metal influence, there's no doom, it's all cold and misty. So I'm excited about it. But yeah, thanks for bringing it up.
Cool. Yeah, it's gonna be out in May-ish sometime. Don't have an exact. Well, it wrote an exact date, but that's tentative. But yeah, and Ben, of course, welcome. It's good to see you. You beautiful man. What's been shaking?
What's been shaking? I don't know, just kind of cranking out random videos here and there. I've been kind of re-inspired to do the channel for some reason. Just don't want to let it get too dry or dead around here at all. Just always want to talk about metal. Been keeping busy playing in a band. Actually 4 bands.
I knew of the black metal one and the noise one. Is there? I didn't know there were 2 others.
There's kind of secret.
Well, yeah. Okay. You kind of half let it out of the bag.
Easy. Yeah. This is an idea for a video that I've had for a really long time to do with you guys. I thought, well, I should probably get on there and do a discography ranking for Darkthrone, but somebody probably grabbed it before me. So here we are. Thank God we toughed it out.
Hell yeah. Well, it's good to see you. And I just want to shout out to Alan. He is not here tonight, obviously. He had going out of town or something going on this weekend. So this was the perfect time, as Darkthrone is not in his repertoire. I don't know if he hates it, but I don't know how into it he is. But might as well get started on this. We have many albums to cover, and I just wanted to give a quick Wikipedia retelling of a bit of their history. Darkthrone is a Norwegian black metal band hailing from Kolbotn, Akershus. I don't know. Nailed it. Formed in 1986 as a death metal band named Black Death. In 91, Darkthrone transitioned to a black metal style influenced by Bathory and Celtic Frost and emerged as one of the leading bands in the Norwegian black metal scene. So there you go. If you didn't know, now you know. So, Darkthrone. Roger, we're going to start with you since you are been in the trenches with this band. You were at their last ever show that was cut after 20 minutes. They walked off the stage.
Whoa.
Awesome. That is awesome.
And the opener was this dissection.
Yep.
Were they just not feeling it and decided to call it? Was there technical difficulties or something?
No, it boiled down to Fenders didn't really want to do the show, but the guy from Satyricon
Theater.
Yeah, he was kind of on his back all the time, let's do this. And finally, he kind of caved in. I mean, Nocturnal Culto was, of course, on board because he likes to play live. So that was no problem. But he was not feeling it. And the closer the gig came, he just fell into this, I think, a dark hole. And after the fourth song, I just saw this drumstick up in the air and I saw him walk off the stage, and that was it.
There, I did it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was kind of like 10 minutes of pure silence. People were just, what the fuck is going on? Because it took like 10 minutes before, I think it was Nocturnal Culto or something, came on stage and said, sorry. Kind of just... it was a kind of fantastic in that way. It's something you don't see ever.
Yeah.
Only.
What year was it?
96 Easter evening.
Oh wow! Do you remember what they played?
There's
No,
there's footage of it on YouTube. It's all really
Yeah.
dark though. All you can see is like a torch and
Yeah, it was completely dark,
Yeah.
everything, so it was very. No, I don't remember the songs, but I'm pretty sure they started with the hits,
yeah.
and then he got tired.
He's got a lot of mental health issues, so I'm always thankful that he toughs through it and puts out albums and puts himself out there more than he wants to.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but I think he likes to make music. It's just kind of he's not very comfortable in the setting of a lot of people.
Well, it's not for everyone. Playing live, playing live is something you got to warm up to. It took me years to not give a crap,
Yeah,
I used to get super nervous. Now I don't really care. But
I used to hate it. Like, I was totally terrified by it. And then, one day it finally clicked and I was like, oh, this is cool. I like this. But I've discovered that the secret was, like, instead of like agonizing and being obsessed with how bad it's going to go before the show, you hang out in the back with your dudes and you act foolish and make jokes and if you go on stage laughing and smiling, you're going to have a good time.
Yeah.
But if you go on stage like in your head, you're going to have an agonizing, horrible time. And like it took me, I was pushing 40 when I figured that out.
Yeah.
Typically, I found that nerves come when you feel in your head you are unprepared. If you don't feel
Rex, like Infernus Rex has the kind of playlist of Darkthrone.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, if you feel like you're underprepared, not practiced well, or but you didn't, like with us, we just got to a certain age where I'm like, you know what? All the worrying isn't going to make me look any skinnier or any younger, so I might as well just go up there, be what I'm going to be. I'm going to screw up, but I'm going to have fun. There with my dudes, all of us against all of them, type of thing, and it's been fine. It's fun. Pain in the butt, but fun. So, Roger, what was your first? What got you into Darkthrone?
It was this. It started there. I don't think I heard the demos beforehand, but when this came out, Norway wasn't known for their massive death metal scene, at least on like labels. There was a lot of demo bands, like both thrash and death metal, but me living where I live, we were kind of out of that loop. So when this came, it was mind blowing for us. Having I still think this is a fantastic album.
Dark,
regardless of
evil.
It being in Norwegian, but it's kind of a little bit unique sounding, and it's very. I do like controlled chaos when there's a lot of riff changes and things going on. I don't mind that if it's done good. Of course, it can be just clusterfuck, but for me, this album is still fucking brilliant. And we were kind of proud to finally have we did have Cadaver as well, but that was the two bands we have on that had released albums back then. So just a killer death metal album. So are we going to do the rank as well?
No. We'll go around the horn here. We'll talk how everybody found the band, and then we'll start go through each one. Ben, same question. Darkthrone for you.
So my senior year of high school, I got to be buddies with Kelly, who got me really into everything. His senior picture had him holding a bass, and he had a True Norwegian Black Metal shirt on. And I was like, whoa, that must be a big statement for him. That must be a really important band for him. And we drove around like listening to a lot of like death metal and stuff, but it was almost like he was like holding off for the special stuff. So I don't really remember the first time I heard Darkthrone, but I remember just kind of going in cold on Transylvanian Hunger after maybe hearing Soulside Journey or so. This would have been like 96 or something like that. But yeah, I just picked up Transylvanian Hunger, and I was really, really new to black metal back then, but it clicked in a way, and I felt like I got it. I got that. It's just one of the darkest records I've ever heard, still to this day. And I think it's like inexplicable that dumbass me, 18 years old, actually understood what Transylvanian Hunger was trying to get through. And I was just entranced from that point on. It probably took me a while to get Under a Funeral Moon, not too long after that, maybe another year or two or so. And eventually just kind of picked them all up. And then I think Panzerfaust, no, I think Total Death might have been the first one that like came out while I had heard of Darkthrone. But I remember us all kind of being like, we'll see. But I go back and forth between being my favorite black metal band of all time, Immortal, Darkthrone. I don't know. Immortal has way more bad material than good. But
Everybody, Jurgen just did a stream with Metal Mickey and Darcy, 6 Strings, 9 Lives, over on Metal Mickey's channel. Go check that out. They ranked the Sacred Reich albums today, so go check that out. All right, Ben, awesome. Thank you for that. Austin, you, same question. Darkthrone for you.
So like when I was younger, when I was like a little kid, I was really into progressive rock and stuff like that. And so obviously the rebellion against that was punk. And so by the time that I was, 13 or 14, like all of a sudden I started listening to punk records and that became the thing that I really loved and was super into punk and old thrash and, like loved Slayer and Sepultura and stuff like that. That was the metal that I liked because it was punk adjacent in my mind. Growing up in, Tennessee and the kind of world that I was around. And so, when I first heard about Darkthrone, I was in high school and I knew that there were, all those records were on Peaceville that I saw. And the only thing that I knew about Peaceville was the Doom Fuck Peaceville record.
Mm-hmm.
And so I didn't really give him a chance at first because I was just like, oh, fuck Peaceville, right? Like if Doom doesn't like it, then fuck him. And which is a very teenage punk rocker thing to think.
Mm-hmm.
And so it wasn't until right before I moved to Louisville that I started listening to Darkthrone. So I was like 19 and started listening to them. And I had a roommate who had some Darkthrone records. And so we would listen to them together. And so he played me Under Funeral Moon and Transylvanian Hunger were the records that I heard at first. And I was like, this is fucking awesome. Like, so when I moved to Louisville and I had like a job working in like a health food store and, every job I had when I was younger, I got fired from because I was a dumb punk rocker and, being stupid and being lazy and just wanted to hang out, drink beer, ride bikes and, be 19 and act like a dipshit. And, we had a really great record store in Louisville called Air Ecstasy, and they would let you listen to stuff before you bought it. And so Peaceville had done some reissues of Darkthrone stuff at that time. And I just started, they were really affordable. They were these digipacks, they were clean, they were cheap. And I just started like buying them. And a bunch of them showed up used at the record store. And I just was rapidly acquiring them. And then I think it was Moonfog did all those reissues in the early 2000s of like the mid-era records. And I just kind of became obsessed with this band. And so like 1920 and, through 30 almost, I listened to them all the time. And I just absolutely loved those. Oh, cool, Randy. Thank you. Hell yeah. Are you a Louisvillian? Anyways, I just loved those albums and loved the feeling of it because it felt punk to me. It had the same kind of like anger and disgust, but also it was like didn't really give a shit about production, and every album kind of sounded a little different, but it all kind of had this interweaving thread that went through it.
Mm-hmm.
And Soulside Journey I found kind of early on, and I was big into death metal at the time. I loved death metal, still am like a huge death metal fan, and that was the odd record out, right? But I loved that album. I mean, it was it was just album after album that I loved. For some reason, I found something about each record that I was super into. I loved the riffs, you know, every single time that it would snow, I would wait till enough accumulation on the ground, and it didn't snow in Louisville very much. It was a big when it did, and I would put on Transylvanian Hunger, and I would in my headphones, and then with a little CD player in my pocket. No, I don't have a Schlinkerla. Actually, I have one of my beers. It's called Tordal.
Jürgen's my buddy from Germany. I was telling him you and Jan are big into Schlenkerla, and he said he didn't like Schlenkerla. Now he's into Schlenkerla now.
Hell yeah. Well, and Rugen, you could tell me. So it's Tordaln, right? Like
Stjordal.
Yeah, Tordaln. But doesn't everybody say it weird? Like
up in Trondheim they say a shutdown.
Yeah. Well, we make a Shordonzo.
Yeah.
So we're like the only outside of the region that makes it. It took so much research. It was awesome, and we make it all the time. We use a Kurma and everything with the Einabakvistan. So we do old farmers. But anyways, but yeah, no, I do like Schwinkler. So thank you for bringing that up. Anyways, yeah. So Darkthrone is like one of those bands that like I have a ton of memories associated with, a ton of. It's been a soundtrack to a lot of really great times and really bad times, you know, and the mid era when they started getting more punk sounding. I love that shit too because that was a fun time in my life, you know. So I don't know, it's just something about every era of the band that I enjoy. And yeah, they're great. I have a stack of their records. It's, you know, that fucking thing. So
they never get old. There's never a wrong time to listen to Darkthrone. They're always there.
No, there's usually a time and place for sure.
Yeah, and it depends on the era, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like if I'm just feeling like listening to punk records, I can listen to some of the later stuff. If I'm feeling like listening to death metal, if I can listen to Desultory or listen to Gorguts or listen to like insert classic death metal band here that I can throw on Soulside Journey and it fits right in.
Yeah.
Right on. For me, I mean, 91, I got Soulside Journey when it came out, the year it came out on tape. Basically, there was no internet back in the day. So I mean, if you bought it out, I loved Autopsy. I love My Dying Bride. You know, that was on Peaceville. So I had to buy everything that came out on Peaceville that would come through Camelot Records. So one time Soulside Journey was sitting there. I'm like, yep, coming home with me. Killer logo, killer cover. And it blew me away. I fell in love with Soulside Journey. It is, like Roger said, very dark. I think it's a very evil sounding death metal record that was recorded at Studio Sunlight, but doesn't really sound like a Studio Sunlight production, which, again, it just shows how early on, like Austin mentioned, there's a thread that spins no matter where the band is at stylistically. You can still tell it's Darkthrone. There's that guitar style, the riff style, but it was early on. I mean, they went into a situation where they had to play on D drums. They weren't psyched about that. They recorded at this place. They were friends with the Entombed guys, and they got them in there. And they came out of it sounding like Darkthrone. I mean, how did you come out of Studio Sunlight not sounding like, you know, the HM2, you know, Swedish death metal sound? They came out sounding like an evil Norwegian death metal band, which very, very cool. It blew me away. And this is my heart has been broken by bands many a time over the years, but Darkthrone was one of the first most vivid memory of them breaking my heart stylistically. I go in the next year and there's a Blaze of the Northern Sky tape Darkthrone. I'm like, oh, kick ass. I'm looking at it, flipping it around. I'm like, is this a demo? It looks like shit compared to the other one, but whatever. Cool. Darkthrone. Woohoo. Get home, throw that on the tape deck. And I'm just like, what the hell is happening to me right now? This is like absolute horseshit. What is this? It sounds like crap. This must be a demo. And shelved it. But back then you had only so much money to buy so many tapes a month. I bought maybe 2 tapes a month with the money I made at the time. And so I circled back around to it later in the year and started to realize at that point Bathory had entered my hemisphere at some point, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is more of a take on Bathory type. And then I started listening to it, and then I started to get the Celtic Frost vibe, and then it all kind of clicked. Long story short, but and I ended up loving it. So it's a band you got to roll with, and we're gonna get into it here momentarily. It's there's some great payoffs in their catalog, and there's some treasures in their catalog that I think are largely overlooked. But we might as well get started. Roger, we're going to start off with Soulside Journey. It came out in 1991 on Peaceful Records.
Yeah, and this is the original CD, of course.
I've got that too.
That we picked up. I don't quite remember where we bought it. Maybe in Bergen. I did have a, and also on the CD, it's pressed 1990. So,
yep, it is.
Yeah,
I must have the original too. Then I didn't know if I did or not, but I guess I do. Yep.
So yeah, and I have a cousin living right outside Bergen. He's 3 years younger than me, but he was my main supplier of death metal back then. And before we started going on, traveling to gigs and stuff like that. But yeah, probably read it. We had a magazine called Scream Magazine back in the days.
That's a long-running magazine, isn't it?
They were called Street Fighter back then, but changed name to Scream Magazine. Yep. So still running. So they've been active for a long time. So and the editor is still there, so he's been there all the way, so that's pretty cool. And they of course had this review of this album, and yeah, then we're ordering it from where we could get stuff from. It was not easy. You had to write letters and lists of stuff you wanted to buy, and then you had to go to the post office and pay out the CDs and vinyls when you got them. So quite different from now. But yeah, as I said, instant love for this album, and it's just been a massive album throughout all my metal years after its release. So yeah, I think everybody knows this album anyway, so I don't have to go any deeper into it.
Where do you rank it?
I rank it as number 1.
Right on. Okay. Austin, we'll start with you next. We'll go to you next.
So, like I said, this record was, it's obviously the odd record out. To me, it always kind of reminds me of like early Gorguts. It's kind of like a Norwegian Considered Dead. And I love that it kind of sounds, so it's weird. I always kind of felt like early Gorguts sounded really like Florida death metal-ish. And I think that there's some of that in Soulside Journey, but there's also some of that Stockholm kind of Swedish kind of thing going on too. And I love the record, and I love the way it opens. I've owned too many copies of it. Like I have the CD, I have the LP. I think at one point I had a tape of it. And I also foolishly bought this stupid thing.
That is a stupid thing.
And you have the picture disc.
Yeah, like I just couldn't resist. It's like
collector scum.
Yeah.
I know, dude. I know it's terrible.
We're all scum. Yeah.
I said I wasn't gonna buy it, and then Peaceville put it on sale, and I was like, well,
yeah,
that's okay, and asked me how many times I've listened to the whole
0.
like I just look at it, and I open it up and look at it, and I'm totally fucking overwhelmed, and I'm like, oh god, there's so much shit in there. But I love that album, and honestly, I think they could have kept going that direction and still been legendary.
Yeah,
and I feel like that's such a like huge move to just be like, yeah, now we're gonna do something. You know, I mean, like that's
It's scrap an entire album because we're going to go in this direction instead.
It just seems so brave and so bold, but also so just incredibly confident. You
Yeah.
know?
Oh yeah.
So for me, it's it was really hard for me to rank all these records, right? Because of how much I love all this shit and how much I enjoy it all. But it's number 4 for me. And that's saying a lot. You know what I mean? Like there are records way down the list that I freaking love, you know?
Right.
And this is number 4 for me. So, and it's number 4 because it's just an amazing album. So yeah, it's number 4. It's great. I listen to this record all the time. I have bought so many bootleg shirts. And they're all the prints are shit, you know. It's a great record, and if they ever wanted to return back to the sound again, every one of us would applaud, you know.
Yeah.
But if they didn't, we'd still be stoked too. So whatever, you know. So yeah.
All right, Ben.
This album never loses its luster. It always sounds so punchy and just maniacal. It definitely like takes a lot of influences from Autopsy, has a lot of Stockholm / Floridian kind of sound, but also kind of alien-ish. I was listening to it with commentary on yesterday, and he was talking about how it's largely influenced by Nocturnus's second demo, which I need to check out. Space something or other. But yeah, I never get sick of this thing. Every time I put it on, it's like, God damn, this thing rules. Never does it ever lose any of its power. It's just insanely good. And then another thing on the commentary, Fenders was saying, I think that he was forced to use electronic kicks, but the rest of the kit was something that he had brought with him, and he hates the kick sound on it. To me, I think the kicks are fine. Yeah, they're a little clinical sounding, and I know Fenris is always like super particular about how every single thing sounds, and I get it. I would be curious to hear it, you know, with the way he wanted it, but I think the bass drum sounds fine. I think everything just is emblematic of that Sunlight Studio sound. So it's one of my favorite death metal records, maybe a top 5 death metal records of all time. Absolutely treasure it. But it's at number 3 for me. It's been super interesting. I've been listening to a lot of the Valhalla stuff, especially their demos and their first Moonstone full length. And it kind of informs how Fenris is playing, mirrored a lot of Nico and Neil Peart, going like it's really, really young and kind of leading up to that album. So it's kind of neat to hear the Valhalla stuff that came out before Darkthrone, and then how that led up into what wound up becoming Soulside Journey. Any fans of Valhalla in the chat?
Have not heard him.
It's good. It's not amazing or anything. In fact, I got rid of my copy of Moonstone, but I kind of regret it. It's pretty good. It's kind of like Pentagram, Doom.
Oh, right on.
It's really fun to hear Fenris kind of play drums without being in control of everything. He's just all over the place.
Right on. Well, for me, it's my first one. So usually people like the first album they hear, they connect with it, they spend the most time with it. But there's just, we've all talked about it at this point. It's a very dark, evil record. Chromelech, I can't read the, this whole album is Sunrise Over Locust Mortis. It's track after track after track, slightly technically challenged. I think the big standout point on here is Fenris's drumming. He's a busy drummer, but he never loses sight of the feel and the punch. He's a great drummer. And the fact that's one thing that kind of bugged me about when they switched over to black metal. Rarely would he let his skills come to the surface. He would always kind of keep it reserved for the sake of keeping it stripped down and cold. Every once in a while, as the albums would go on, you could hear some stuff. He does some cool little fills here and there. He's a great drummer. But the guitar tone, Ted's voice on here is just super dark and full of reverb. It just highlights the fact that it's just coming from just an evil place. And yeah, I have high respect for this. This is a number one for me on the list. It's one of those albums I'm never tired of. I put it on and it's just air guitar, clench the grapefruits, try to sing along with it. Killer stuff. Which brings us to their second album. Came out in 1992. It's called A Blaze in the Northern Sky, and it looks like this. This is a 2002 repress on vinyl with a sad seam split. These stupid things are worth some money now too, which kind of bonkers.
Yeah, I do have the same vinyl as well. So.
I got in a bunch of them for distro for Bindroom back in the day, and they all came in the jackets, and 3/4 of them were tore through. I got all 3 of the ones they put out, and they're all seam split. It was awesome. Nothing like waiting all that time to get all those records to have them all fucked up and then sell them for less than what you wanted to. But anyway, yeah, Blaze in the Northern Sky, 1992. Roger, we'll start with you.
Yeah, well, me and you have talked about this album before. The same first impression, which was totally devastated. How crap they could turn from a masterpiece of a death metal album. And we had a radio show on the radio was kind of half an hour each Thursday, and it was after school hours. We were kind of just run off the bus and went up and turned on the radio, and there was kind of a new Darkthrone album coming, and they're going to play a song from it, and I was ready and record, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And put the tape away. I didn't listen to it for a long time, but a good buddy of mine who has this logo tattooed on his back in this size.
Wow.
That's awful big for a tramp stamp.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome tattoo. But he said to me, you have to listen to it, because he had, of course, not given up on it. So, then it's just gradually grabbed me and, fell totally in love with this album. And it's grim, it's cold, it's everything that you want black metal to be. At least back then it was a trade stamp of black metal, the so-called second wave. But I don't know what the first wave was, but this was the proper wave that came out. So but I mean, the first wave of black metal, how many bands do you put in there? I mean, there wasn't much. So
Venom, Bathory. I mean, there's a handful. Yeah. I mean,
don't
you can even say Destruction, Early Creator.
Yeah, you could put in a lot of.
You could put in a lot of Merciful Fate. I mean,
but
I kind of think Amebix was a big influence on early black metal too. Like on the, I would kind of. Amebix is kind of in there with Celtic Frost, in my opinion. That's just me. Whatever.
Well, Celtic Frost, that's another one you should definitely have in the discussion. Hellhammer.
Right.
So, of course, the title track, and also In the Shadow of Horns was the first song I heard from this album, and it is one of my favorite Darkthrone songs ever. Love the kind of acoustic thing in the back end of the song, and just a fantastic album, and this is my number 2 on the ranking.
Me and Roger are cheating off each other's paper here. I don't know how I feel about that. It's about to get weird.
It's not going to last.
No, it's not. It's going to get weird here in a minute. All right, Austin, what do you got?
I'm going to go ahead and start packing my stuff. You guys are going to throw me out.
Astral Fortress, number 2, bitch.
It was cool being friends with you guys.
See you.
I'm sure you and I are going to align pretty good.
This album is oh god. This album is number 16 for me.
Oh.
Okay. Do tell. Explain.
I'm going to give the chat a second to roast me to roast me like I'm on a spit over a fire, like a rotary spit.
They are in shock, so nobody.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I know. This album has just never connected with me. It's. Let me check my notes here.
Here come the comments. Flips table.
I know. Sorry, y'all. Look, would you rather me pretend, lie so that I can?
No.
You?
Honestly,
Uh-oh, here we go. Carbon Stars is burning his Panopticon records.
You're gonna buy them again.
Yeah.
More,
Triple the price.
Yeah.
Change your name from Lunn 16. All right, so so here's what I wrote in this. This is God. I've forsaken my southern roots and become a northerner after all. I recognize the importance of this album, but I have never connected with it. It's just not for me and never has been. Would you like some lutefisk? Like, that's the most Minnesotan. God, what have these people done to my brain? If this is back in Louisville, I've been like, that shit sucks. I hate it, But okay, so the reality is I totally see that this record is very important. It's incredibly important for the culture of black metal. It's never stuck with me. And I try and try again. I listen to it, a couple times a year. I'll throw it on. I'm sitting here. I've had this. I don't know when I got this. Like, it was a Peaceville reissue that I got a few years ago. I've had a CD copy of it since I was in my 20s. And I even bought like a really nice vinyl edition of it. Like, I don't know when this one came out, but I've had it for like maybe 10 years. And it just does not connect with me. And I don't know why. There was a brief
Probably because you're not a Celtic Frost fan.
I am. I love the first two Celtic Frost records.
We've never discussed that. I've never heard
I
that. We've
love
never
the first one.
Yeah.
But honestly, Cold Lake. Once I heard Cold Lake for the first time,
that was his number one. Everybody, that was his number one.
Cold Lake is the best Celtic Frost.
Now I just hear this is like wine, and it's just so awful.
Jerry
Orchards. I met that guy. I met him at one of our gigs, and he was so cool. I gotta say,
Right on.
he was an awesome guy. He was very nice because we played a show together, played this festival together, and he was such a cool dude. Anyways, sidetrack.
Did you know he showers with that hat on?
Billy, like the ZZ Top guy style,
And me.
Yeah, and Marty.
Yeah.
No, I fully recognize the importance. I haven't even looked at the chat.
I'm sharing it. 16. Sorry, still sinking in.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, no. Now I'm trying not to look at the screen because I know I'm getting roasted. But, Cold Lake Superior, Eric. God damn it. That's what going on the back of a shirt. No, it's the album just doesn't hit me. It doesn't vibe with me in that way. And I've tried over and over and over again. Even when I was in my 20s, I just wasn't into it. When I was all full of piss and vinegar. And now in my 40s, I'm still giving it a shot, and I'm like, maybe this just isn't for me. I fully recognize the importance of it. But
Got a question up there for you.
Didn't they? Put
sorry, I have it blurred out because I hate seeing myself on a screen. I hate it. All right.
Says okay, Lon, but do you like
I love Demysterious.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only record that I really like.
Same.
Although I do like Wolf's Lair Abyss for some reason. But I love Demysterious.
That's great.
I think Demysterious is absolutely incredible. And I thought that I was gonna like when they went back and remixed Grand Declaration. I thought I was gonna like it more, but I actually liked it less because then I could hear how like weird it was once they went back and replaced the drums with like realistic sounding drums, and it sounded very strange to me. But Demysterious is incredible. That's a classic record, super important album. So yes, I do like that album.
What were you going to say, Ben?
I do. I think I kind of disagree with putting A Blaze in the Northern Sky in the Norwegian Cultural History Archives or something. Is that what it is? I think Under Funeral Moon belongs there instead of A Blaze in the Northern Sky. Maybe Transylvanian Hunger.
What are your thoughts on Blaze in the Northern Sky?
I get it, Austin. I had a really hard time connecting with it, especially early on. It felt like this is referencing an old school metal that I haven't really spent any time with. And now that I have kind of come around to Celtic Frost a little bit, this is the best one. I still think Tom Warrior riffs are dumb, but there's just something about the way Darkthrone uses them in a different kind of context that I kind of like. The Darkthrone tribute that all the Norwegian bands did back on Moonfog, really kind of
this one right here.
Yeah, that changed the way I looked at a lot of their songs, especially like Green Cave Float by Dodomsgard on there. Awesome.
This is a great comp, by the way. It's really
awesome.
Good.
Yeah. It really changed the way I looked at a lot of their material. So I kind of liked Ablaze a little bit better. But now that I'm a lot older and I'm super studied in a bunch of black metal and stuff, like I get what it is. I still think maybe like a third of the riffs are kind of like not up to Darkthrone's standard. I think they were paying more attention to trying to pay tribute to, Celtic Frost, Hellhammer, and Bathory as youngsters, rather than, I think, trying to be a little bit more original. Like Soulside Journey is them being original. They're influenced by Autopsy and other bands. Mm-hmm. I think they were wholly trying to like exemplify what the album is about with personality. But the rest of their discography after Soulside Journey, I love. But I think it's mostly just like paying tribute to the bands that they love. I've got Ablaze at number 6. A couple albums I like a little bit more than it. A lot of other albums that I don't love near as much. I listened to it the other day just to make sure that I still felt good about where it was at. And yeah, it isn't great. Some of the songs, some of the riffs, amazing. But it just isn't as watertight as some of the other material they have out there. So I get where Austin's coming from. I back you hard. 16 is pretty bold, but
that's why I got one of these out for you, bud.
Yeah, dude, I cannot find that stuff anywhere here.
Well,
so
because of the fucking Cheeto doink, we're not going to be able to get it anymore because he's trying to threaten a 200% tariff on all alcohol coming from Europe. So are we great yet or what? But
fucking idiot.
An asshole.
Yeah, number 6 for me.
Okay. And that leaves me. Roger, you win already, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Number 2 for you, correct?
Yeah.
Yep. Number 2 for me as well. And once I got over the shock of the stylistic change, which coming from Soulside Journey is severe, and people in the chat are saying, maybe they can understand people ranking a bit lower because it's a transitional record, and it is. They kind of leaned into the Celtic Frost on here. There's still some death metal riffs here and there on the album. They didn't purge it all. They used some of it. It was still kind of in their blood, so to speak, in their creative blood. In the Shadow of the Horns, Paragon Belial, A Blaze in the Northern Sky, which, I mean, there isn't a bad track on here. This is a air drum, air guitar record for me. This thing is just catchy as hell, and you could tell they're young, trying to lean into what they think is evil, the nocturno culto type of stuff, and like all these little things that come in and out that the chipmunk chirping at the beginning of Catherian life code, that type of stuff. It's just like it's humorous, it's diehard, it's cool. They got they rubbed the ash on their faces and went out in the woods and took pictures, and I love the heart. And this album is a transformational album for Norway and for the second wave of black metal. It is one of the first ones. And it set a pretty high bar, I think, which we're going to see how they kind of perfect it as they go. But for me, this is number 2 as well, if I didn't say that already. But
yeah, we get it. You love it.
It's good. It's no number 16, but it's pretty good. Let's see. We go next to their third album, 1993's Under a Funeral Moon. Yeah. Collector Scum. probably have it on 8-track too if they had it available.
Oh, yeah.
Roger, where do you sit with Under a Funeral Moon?
Well, I was very pleased with this game because I was into the style now. So this is kind of more pure black metal. I would say it's. I would say they kind of refined their black metal songwriting in a way. Killer album. Love in the deepest Skogers Favn, which is my favorite track on this album. This is number 3 for me, and that's just because it's very close to the first album. I just think they are kind of lacking a little bit of, maybe it's because it's lesser death metal, probably, or kind of just colder and bleaker in a way. So but still a killer album. I mean, it's kind of hard to rank stuff when they are pretty even for me, but
it is hard. People don't give us enough credit for how hard it is to rank this fucking thing.
It's been a very tough couple of weeks.
Yeah. It's fucking emotionally grueling.
Yeah, listening to music and stuff like that.
Right.
We're not just throwing numbers at the wall.
Austin, your thoughts?
So I'm looking at my notes and I'm trying to figure out where I put Under a Funeral Moon, but my eyes are terrible.
Well, I can come back to you if you'd like. We'll put.
No, hang on.
Oh,
Almost there. Figuring out. So like I have a lot of. Okay, yeah. Here we go.
Don't hurt me.
I have a lot of awesome feelings about this record, and I have a lot of memories associated with this album. And some of them are kind of sad. Like you know, like I love I said 15. Come on. Well, he got one number in it, right? So no, I mean I love that record and I have a lot of emotional attachment to it. And it's
Roger should go last because he's Norwegian, has the most sane ranking so far.
What's wrong with my picks?
So yeah, so like that album, it's funny, like my vinyl copy I got when I was in my early 20s, and it was Christmas time, and the woman that I was with, I knew at the time would not buy me a Christmas present, so I bought it for myself and wrapped it. That's not the saddest thing.
Did it come with a little violin?
Yeah. And so I bought it for myself, and so that I would have something to open when I gave everybody else presents.
I wonder what you got me.
Oh, no, thanks, honey. Oh. Shouldn't have.
You know, it's just, I don't know. I like Yule. It's fun. Anyways, you know, fucking black metal like Yule. Yeah. Yeah, Ruger, you know, you're into Yule. You're Norwegian.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this record is number 5. And I love the vibe of it. I love the feeling of it. I love the art. I just think everything about it's great. I love the back cover.
Yeah.
I love the way it sounds.
One of my favorite band photos ever.
Yeah, dude, the band photos on it are so awesome.
Culto chilling with that axe.
Right. It's just a great record, and it means a lot to me. It's got a lot of really awesome memories associated with it. I listened to it all the time back then. I still listen to it regularly. Hail Santa. Yeah, I love it. I love the record, and it's not just nostalgic. I think that it holds up still to this day. There's still 17-year-olds out there trying to sound like that.
Yeah.
And I know because as I go through like the latest releases on Bandcamp, like once a day, looking for new bands to listen to.
It's crazy. Yeah.
And I hear all these bands that are just copying the Under a Funeral Moon formula. Like to a T. They're just copying that, you know? And it's an archetypal album.
Yeah.
It's great. And you know, even my early records were like totally jacked from early Darkthrone. Those riffs are like Darkthrone riffs, but
Your logo's even got the little.
it was
homage.
intentional. That was intentional.
Yeah.
That was the little tribute. That's why when we redid the logo, that we had the Vindir swords.
Yeah.
So like these were little tributes to the bands that inspired me, and that's why like there's the little weird like, you know, kind of sectiony thing at the top that looks like the Darkthrone logo. That was totally intentional because I wanted to kind of tip my hat to these bands that gave me so much. And fucking what? Oh fucking A! Is there another
6616?
Drop it.
You love it.
Get you screenshot of that. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I love that album. It's number 5 for me. I love the way it sounds. I love the way it's recorded. I love the way it feels. I love the aesthetic of it. I love the band photos, the cover art, everything. It's a total banger.
All right, Ben.
I've got a fun story about this one. My mom and I, after I graduated high school, we drove out to Pennsylvania and we went camping. And I didn't really care about camping as much as I did getting to visit the Red Stream store.
Pat.
Really just his Pat's house. Yeah.
I've hung out with Pat. He's a nice dude.
He was a nice grade. Yeah. He had a lot to do with my metal upbringing, but I didn't know, like, this was before GPSs, cell phones. I didn't know how to read a fucking map. I just graduated high school, but I just figured out what highway to take to Camp Hill, Pennsylvania, whatever.
Yeah,
that
Camp
was.
Hill. Yeah.
So I drove to Camp Hill, Pennsylvania, and I was like, gas station, phone. I pulled over and I got on the payphone and I was like, Pat, I'm at a gas station. There's like a church and a Kmart. Come get me. He's like, all right, I know where that is. So he came and got me. He took me to his house, and I spent every last dollar I had to my name on black metal records. And this was one of them. And I was so stoked to finally get a copy of it. So I put it on my drive home. And it blew me away. This along with Obtained Enslavement's Witchcraft was another album that I played along that trip. What I did fail to plan for was spending money for gas to get me back to the campsite.
You mean the car don't run on unholy black metal?
Yeah.
That'd be a new technology to harness. Top that, Elon Musk.
I got there to the campsite with barely enough gas. I know I made it there, but it was like, okay, I'm at a campsite in the middle of fucking nowhere now. How do we get gas now? Well, I made it home with my black metal, Mom. I don't give a shit about your problem. She had to call a tow truck to come give us some gas and figure it out. It all worked out fine. But special memory for like how obsessive I can be about black metal. And that experience, just like that married with this album, just makes it so special to me. It's number 1. It's my favorite Darkthrone. It's maybe my favorite black metal album. Battles in the North sometimes usurps it a little bit, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I don't think anybody's ever topped it. The sound is so satisfyingly crunchy and crisp, necro and dark. This is the perfect black metal record for me. It's the template of total black metal darkness. Yeah.
All right.
Number 1.
Well, for me, this album of the Unholy Trinity, this thing is been the hardest for me to get my head around over the years. I like it. The album really doesn't start to open up and appeal to me. I mean, like really get into it around Unholy Black Metal. Was that the 3rd or 4th song? That's where the album starts to really congeal. They offer a bit more dynamics. The Celtic Frost riffs start to come in a bit more. It's just when you start Natasha and Eternal Sleep, Summer of the Diabolical Holocaust, The Dance of Eternal Shadows, all killer songs, but like Natasha, it's just the bass has got a lot of room, ambience. It's heavy. It's got a thump to it. It's really predominant in the mix. And those guitars, they went out of their way to make them so cold void. They're like just stripped of all
Yeah.
bass and mid. It's just all treble, and the
Oh,
way
it's awesome.
the way the riff is wrote, there's like no feeling in the riff. It's just there's like no groove. There's no swing. It's just cold void,
Yeah.
straight ahead black metal with
Intentional.
yeah,
Yeah, but
Culto's
that opening
vocals
line, alcohol is in
my veins. Yeah,
Oh, it's so good, dude.
Yeah.
it's a great song, but I'm a guy that I try to find a feeling in there somewhere, and I've always liked the album. I've listened to it a million times over the years, but of the Unholy Trinity, I've ranked this number 6, which is still pretty high up on their list, but I think by stripping down, which is one thing I want to talk about when we get to Transylvanian Hunger. We'll wait for that. But I think this is a definite statement. This is what straight up cold Norwegian black metal, none of those all 6 strings, like Mayhem and Thorns, pioneered, the Norwegians ran with, which I love. I love that technique, picking all when you play a chord, all 6 strings are played. This is just tremolo, blasting, cold void black metal. It's a statement. It's a good statement. And yeah, I just think the other 2 are a bit better song-wise. But number 6 for me.
One point you made that I thought was interesting. Like how you said it, like lacks a feeling. I think black metal is appealing to a lot of us guys when we don't want to have a feeling. And like evacuating your mind of feelings for 45 minutes is such a therapeutic catharsis to go through. And that for me, that's why I'm here for black metal. It's here for me. I'm gonna go get beer.
Right on. Which leads us to 1994 Transylvanian Hunger. Looks like this. Original Norse Arsk black metal pressing. Good luck finding that these days, for sure. But yep. So Roger, what do you think of Transylvanian Hunger?
Yeah, this was kind of my biggest disappointment doing this ranking these albums and revisiting them. I was kind of had it in my mind that I love this. It's been a while since I played it, but putting it on, I was a little bit slightly underwhelmed of it. I do love the fact that it's way more Norwegian lyrics. It fits the music perfectly, but it's kind of a little bit too kind of simplistic in a way. I kind of like it a little bit more. But I mean, it's a great album, but again, there's a kind of very difficult to put them, but this actually dropped down to 7th place for me this time around, because I don't know, I was a little bit underwhelmed when I played this now. As I said, I haven't listened to this actually in several years, so but still a great album, but again, had to put it somewhere.
Several years? Are you doing okay, dude?
Yes. I do have a couple other albums that I like to visit as well.
Oh shit.
Really? All right. Austin.
All right, so I only own 3 copies of this record. So
you don't like it that much.
I have my vinyl copy. No, I mean, I have the other ones I have. You know how it is. So I have my CD that I got when I was in my 20s. And then my buddy Crow gave me an original CD because he knew how much I love this record. And he figured that I needed this like sketchy ass thing in my house that says Norse Kjørvik Svalmatala on the back.
Yeah.
And then I have my vinyl copy, this is the one that I listen to. All right, so this is my number 1.
Right on.
Like, without a doubt, hands down, there is no competition in my brain. This album is the reason that we have all the American bands that came out on moribund, back in the day. They were all influenced by this. I'm influenced by this. Everybody I know is influenced by this that plays black adjacent metal in the US. There's something about this riffing style on this record that is so...
People are saying you're redeeming yourself. Eric says, fuck yeah, Austin, you'll never be my number 16.
I don't need your sympathy, damn it. There's something about this riffing style on this record that's so unique. It's so hypnotic. I love the way the vocals are mixed in it. I love the artwork. I love the back cover. Everything about it. There's nothing about this record I would change in any way. And every year, you know, when I'm from the South, like I live up by the Canadian border, like way north. We have like a foot of snow on the ground right now. We're getting more snow tonight. I mean, you know, we have like the reason I wanted to be outside tonight was because supposedly the Northern Lights are going to be out again, and I haven't seen them in a couple of months. And we live way up north. We have the Aurora. We have an 8-month-long winter. It's super cold here. Like, this music fits this place. You know, but when I lived in Louisville, I didn't know shit about snow and winter and shit. Like, I grew up in the South where it's Otter and Satan's jockstrap for like an entire year. You know, and if we ever get any kind of snow, it sticks around for 2 days and everybody buys all the bread and milk.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And every year when we would get some snow, I would listen to this album and I would go for a nice long walk with this in my ears and just feel that quiet and that feeling. And I fucking love this record. I mean, it's perfect. There's you know, there are very few albums that the second that they're over, you don't know what to listen to next.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel, for me, this is that album. This is one of those albums where when it's over, I'm like, well, I could just play it again.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's a 10 out of 10. It's a perfect record. I wouldn't change a goddamn thing about it. So it's number one for me. So.
All right. Ben.
Number 2 for me. Everything I said about Under Funeral Moon, you'd probably say about Transylvanian Hunger too for me. I love Under a Funeral Moon 1% more than Transylvanian Hunger. It's a really courageous idea, I think. If you listen to the album with commentary on, Fenris talks about how he basically wrote the whole album over the course of like 2 nights while he was at work in his head. And he was just like thinking about how his friend Euronymous had just been killed, which is ironic that he had Varg write lyrics on the album, but whatever. He was just like really entrenched in the whole darkness of the Norwegian black metal scene, in chaos and murder and suicide and church burnings and all that. And just, I think all that darkness and intensity went into this album. And this album to me is emblematic of that entire Norwegian black metal movement. It's the culmination of all that evil and darkness and chaos and just unholiness encapsulated. And it sounds exactly like all those things. So, but I stand in awe of this thing. There's nothing else like it.
All right. Well, for me, it's number 3, and I bought this album. I bought this album at Radio Kilroy off of 44th Street in Grand Rapids. Around when it came out, $25 import price, has a Made in England sticker on it. Was excited to hear it. Got home and a bit underwhelmed because basically these songs, there's a 2-3 riff maximum on here, and I had to wrap my head around that. And it wasn't until I got to the track "Skull of Satan's Soul," number 3, with that din 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 din. Oh my God, that riff, the way to propel that song to life. That song captivated me, and you gotta admit, Transylvanian Hunger, it's a classic. It's hooky. Yeah. It's in English. so knuckleheaded American like myself can understand it. A little cheesy because it's about vampires, ooh, evil, but there is something, once you get your brain wrapped around what's going on, there's something special about this, the fact that it's so simplistic. And I think it's, the way it sounds, the way the riffs are played, the way the drums are just basically straight ahead. He's a very good drummer, but he's playing just bare minimum on this, just keeping a beat essentially. There's a passion and a fire on this album that really cuts out of the Unholy Trinity. I think it's probably the best one because for that it's got the most feeling. And the simplicity is something that I think stuck in his head or in his stylistic way of writing. When they revisit it later, much later in their catalog, like around Old Star, the simplicity just doesn't work the same. It isn't the same. The magic is kind of past, and it really kind of hurts records like Old Star. They're actually in our studio. They're producing it. It actually sounds really good, but they're playing this bare minimum stuff. It's not the same. So this is definitely one of those kind of I'm kind of glad the band changed after this. They had to get a little bit more they had to start putting a little bit more building blocks on top of the foundation to continue. Because if they would have kept writing this album over and over and over and over, I mean, how boring would that have gotten? But you read there's a story in this, I'm going to show it later, the box set, the Black Death and Beyond. He basically recorded it himself in his rehearsal studio / living room on a 4-track.
Yep.
And didn't have enough tracks, so to get the bass on, as he bumped the tracks down from the 4-track to the tape deck to mix to the final tape, he played the bass along with the recording to the bump to the tape. And if he didn't get it right or he fucked up, he'd have to stop and do it all over again. And the ingenuity, the will to do it is just adds to the charm of this record. But so yeah, for me, I'm rambling, and we have a million fucking records to talk about here. But right. Transylvanian Hunger, number 3 for me. It's so simplistic, but the cover artwork captures the essence of this record perfectly.
Yes,
I just think it's a statement. I think this maybe would have been a bit better than A Blaze in the Northern Sky in the museum. I think it is.
Yeah.
It's looking at what's going on in Norway, where all these bands are writing this beautiful, melodic, atmospheric, just really folky type of black metal style. And this is just 2 riffs, baby, and a straight ahead metronome, basically. He's a metronome on this record. So yeah, this is number 3 for me, which brings us to 1995's Panzerfaust.
I do love that there is a song on that album called In Hall med Fläskemjöd. I think that is funny as shit. And when I was in my 20s, I didn't know what that meant. And then I got older and I was like, so, it's cool.
What does it mean?
In the hall with pork and mead.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I hall med.
Valhall.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Ben?
Imagine some guy holding like a big ham hock.
In a Darkthrone shirt.
We're all impressed by Darkthrone's discography. Tons of great albums, but I think we're all in awe of them because their convictions are so strong and they're so determined to carry out their artistic vision with no compromise. They nail it. When they fucking nail it, they nail it. No one else is that successful at, conjuring up an original idea and just sticking it and making it something that people actually understand. Also, I think they just kind of got lucky coming from the right place, and they were always there at the right time doing exactly the right stuff. I have so much respect for this band for everything outside of their albums too.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Well, basically, I just want to say, too, this is a departure for Darkthrone, the fact that they've left Peaceville and signed to Moonfog, which is Satyr from Satyrcon's label that he did for a hot minute. So, yeah, the first non-peaceful album. And, Roger, go. What do you think?
Yeah, I do really like this album. again, they kind of had to do a little bit different style. They couldn't continue with that simplistic stuff. You got a little bit more of the Celtic Frost vibes back, and a little bit of the death metal is back. Also incorporated with Quintessence the folky elements. And Quintessence is also present on the Storm album under the name Nordics God.
Yeah,
that's the same riff. Yeah, I really like this album. The only minus with this is the vocals are a little bit too high in the mix and kind of a little bit annoying. But song-wise, this is a fucking killer album. So I have this on the number 4 just because I really love the songs on it. But the vocals are disturbing, but revisiting the album now, it was kind of, I don't know if I adjusted my brain to it a little bit, but that's the only negative thing about this album is the vocals are wrongly placed in the mix.
You think so?
I'm sure they did that intentionally, just like the album covers are like fuck yous to, you know.
Yeah, or they mixed the album and said, fuck it.
Yeah. I mean, his vocal performance is astoundingly necro.
Yeah.
And drunk. Yeah. He sounds very. People in the chat were saying he sounds very drunk, and I think I agree. He sounds wasted on this. Yeah.
Like I'm about to be.
So you said that was your number 4, Roger?
Yeah.
Okay. Austin.
Well, some folks brought up Storm Nordvind.
Oh, I love that record.
Yes, amazing.
So good.
It's so good. And there's definitely some parallels. And so yeah, I love this record. I adore it. En Vind of Sol is like, to me, that record is, or that song is fucking perfect. The riff is just amazing to me. It's the quintessential black metal riff to me. It sounds, if I was a better musician, a better songwriter, and I could dream up the perfect riff for black metal, that's it. It's already been done, so I don't need to get any better. I can keep sucking. I can keep eating shit. I can keep being terrible at what I do. Yeah, no, I love it. So it's a weird thing because like half the album's got these kind of Celtic Frost kind of vibes, and they really like leaned into that, right? Yeah. They leaned into advertising that. They wanted people to know that that's what they were doing. Ironically, though, those are the songs that I don't like as much as the others. I love when they kind of stayed true to themselves and what they had invented. And I appreciate also that they, tip their hat to their influences. That's amazing to me. That's an incredible thing. So it's like I have to honor them for both sides of what they were doing. On one hand, they were doing their own thing that they had previously established. And then on the other hand, they were tipping their hat to their influences. So it's like, I think that's awesome. It's a great record. I love the album cover. Obviously, that album was coming off of the controversy from the previous record. So the back said, most hated band in the world, blah, blah, blah. And what does it say? Something about Mother Mary's cunt or something on the back of it. I can't remember. They must have changed it on this pressing, but it had some like really like nasty message. The original version had some really gross message on the back about Mother Mary.
Oh, I don't see it on here.
Yeah, or maybe it wasn't that record. Maybe it was another one. But I don't know. I dig it. I love the record. Let me turn my phone back on from my list so I can see. It's number 3 for me. And this was agonizing. Number 2 and number 3 were really hard for me to commit to because of how much I enjoy those 2 records that are number 2 and number 3 for me. I love this album. I think it's great. Yeah, killer record. It's amazing. Listen to it all the time.
All right, Ben.
Rules. I wanted to touch upon the controversy a little bit. Obviously, saying you're an Aryan band is pretty fucked up. But I really liked the way that Darkthrone kind of went through the motions to kind of wrong the right. Back when they did the Too Old, Too Cold EP, they did a cover of a Susie and the Banshees song, which
Love
is
the
actually
boy.
not a good cover at all, but it's
I
a
like it.
reference.
But I'm a Susie's fan. It's a wild and
too.
crazy, energetic cover. I think
love
it's cool.
Susie and the Banshees. But
Yeah.
there's a controversy that Susie and the Banshees were involved in, and they wronged their right by way of writing that song. And so Darkthrone were kind of just saying, like, we get it, we're sorry, but in their own sort of way. I have mixed feelings about it, but I just want to make sure everybody like knows that they've kind of done a little bit of penance to kind of wrong that right. And that's
they've also addressed it in interviews as well.
Yeah.
Where they talked about they were just kind of dumb and young.
Yeah.
We look at the whole punk culture of the UK. I mean, Sue and Sid Vicious wearing the Nazi shirt, and Susie wearing the swastika armband, and they just did it to shock people. You know?
Yeah.
Anyway,
doesn't make it right.
It doesn't make it right, but you know, when you're 16 or 18, you don't give a shit about nothing. You know,
right?
It didn't go
stupid shit.
It didn't go Yeah, whatever. So I guess it took me a while to come around to this record, but it's really tremendous. It's one of their best. I have it at number 4. I think the sequencing of the album is amazing. I wonder if they wrote it to be in the order that it is, but I know that's always something that's really important to Fenris, is to have the sequencing work just right. And I think, like, with that in mind, that helps you kind of write songs that are like different from one another and will play well, you know, in sequential order in a great way. But this is an example of one of the best vocal performances in all black metal I've ever heard. One of the best guitar tones I've ever heard. The sequencing is just super impressive. Like, it's an album that you cannot stop listening to once you start it. That being said, like, I think it's near perfect of an album, but it's kind of heavy on the Celtic Frost influence, which again, I'm kind of like a little tired of. It gets a little old. I'm just not the biggest fan of them, so that's the only reason it's not like up there with the entire Holy Trinity. I know a lot of people rate this as their number 1 Darkthrone, and I'm just not quite there.
All right. Well, for me, I mean, it's another solid record. They really leaned into the Celtic Frost influence. They've got, let me see here if I can compare my scribbles. Triumphant Gleam, Hordes of Nebula, and Beholding the Throne of Might are all, you know, Celtic Frost riffs. But it's the Hans Sista Winter. Sure, I nailed it, Roger. Speaking your language here all day. It's not a thing. It's whatever. It's whatever. That feels like a holdover from the Transylvanian Hunger. It's fast. Really melodic riff. It's just a really solid, awesome. That's where my ears really perk up on that. I love Culto's drunken screaming style in this. It just sounds like he's wasted. Maybe had a ham sandwich before he went up, and he's like all this moist shit rattling around the back of his throat. I love it. It's just nasty. And then, you know, ending the album with Quintessence is just a great song before the the synth thing, which I don't know what kind of synthesizer Fenris is using. I think he used it on some Isengard, and probably the what the hell was the name of his synth project? With the
Neptune Towers.
Neptune Towers, yeah. I always liked the synth tones he used on that, but
yeah,
very cool, warm synth tone. Yeah, you got some lyrics written by, I think Quintessence was written by Vickerness. So I mean, yeah, after the fact that his best buddy was killed by Varg, you still, you know, having him write lyrics and stuff. It's a whole weird dynamic going on over there in Norway. You have to explain it to us one of these days, Roger.
That gets addressed in the Until the Light Takes Us.
Oh, this is when he still didn't know that it was him at the time?
Well, no, just the fact that they were close friends and they knew each other really well and had a special friendship, and they were divided by what had happened.
Yeah.
But it didn't change the fact that they were close friends. It's addressed in the documentary.
Yeah.
That documentary is really awesome. They did a great job.
They did a really good job on it.
It's the same. The guy who did that is the same dude who did Wandering Path documentary.
Oh, really?
Yeah, same guy. It's Michael from Mutilation Rights.
Oh, right.
I think that Fenris's like tribute to Burzum is more to do with his music than him as a person. I know that sounds like the perfect excuse, but they're obsessed with the music of Burzum, and he was an innovator in Norwegian black metal. There's no way around it.
There's no way you can. Burzum is part of the conversation all day. I don't give a shit. It's part of the conversation all day long. It's unfortunate the guy's a shithead. It really is, because his formidable years were influential, and people are still trying to rip it off to this day. You know. Anyway, okay, we're in 1996. Total Death. Basically, when this came out, the CD had this cover, and the LP had this cover.
Yep.
And I don't know why I bought it because this had a this has a commentary or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Which,
the commentary on those albums is amazing. I love listening to the commentary.
I love Fenris's commentary, but Ted just makes me laugh. He has like so little to say. And like you listen to the commentary on Panzerfaust, he's like, oh, this song goes very fast. I guess we're playing. I bet you Fenris was tired at the end of this one. And just like, that's the type of commentary. And then Fenris comes on, and he's like, oh, this riff is a Death Strike riff. This song, blah, 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 blah. You know, he's very charismatic. And where Ted's just kind of like, I have to do this? Fuck, I don't have nothing to say about this shit in English anyway. But anyway, Total Death. Rogar.
First I can address the quintessence and Norrex Gar, that riff. I kind of think that he wanted to change the lyrics on it, and also the riff fits the Storm album pretty well. It's straight up a folky metal song, but I don't know if he wanted to get rid of the Burzum lyrics and give his own perspective, and also the Storm lyrics are way better, I think, and so I just think he kind of took ownership back to the song in a way. I don't know, but that's my feeling about it. Total Death, very good, solid album. Really enjoy it. It's not any kind of like, I love Ravn of Juve, and there are some kick-ass songs, but overall, I think the songwriting is pretty solid on this album. I really enjoy this album and can play this over and over again, as a lot of the early albums. I put this on sixth place. Again, it's one of these albums that can move around from, fifth to eighth place, really. I mean, it is just a very, very good Darkthrone album overall.
All right.
I'm the same way. I made some last minute changes. When I first did this, I wrote out all 21 in order, and I was like, yep, that's it. And I moved around probably 5 or 6 of them or so, and I feel pretty good about where I got everything.
All right, Austin, you're up.
I'm sitting here trying to figure out how to log in so I can respond on the chat, because somebody was saying who Until the Light Takes Us was made by. Mike came in at the end because there was a big changeover, and so he started working on the film towards the end of its production. That's why he doesn't get a lot of the credit. And then he ended up doing, I'm sure I don't know the ins and outs of the story, but he was definitely involved in it, and is also the same person who made the Wandering Path documentary. So Total Death, great record. I love this album. I do like the OG vinyl cover.
Yeah.
A lot better.
I mean,
the space thing, it just seemed a little out of place.
And it's color. How dare there be color on a Darkthrone record, right?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Also in Furnace Rex, I'm friends with Mike, so that's probably the reason why we have differing perspectives. Because Mike is a buddy of mine, so we're probably hearing different ends of it. But either way, all parties were involved.
Right.
Yeah, I love this cover. I love this version. I think it's probably the better version. I like this record. It's definitely production-wise, it's a change. It's different.
It's produced.
Yeah, no doubt.
They went to a studio, I think. Somewhere.
It's definitely the first record that has. It sounds like a mid-90s black metal album.
Yeah.
And so for me, I'm gonna pull up my list here. It's kind of ironically in the middle of my list, right? So bear with me for a moment while I pull this back up. So I don't want my phone to die. Yeah, where is it? Let's see here. It's number 6. It's an underrated record. I wonder if maybe people got turned off to it from the space cover. I actually just saw somebody write people freaked about the cover. I wonder if people.
That's why I mentioned the color thing, because people they did it again on Plague Wielder.
Yeah, I actually have my vinyl version of Plague Wielder has the original cover, and the cover of that record. It's not favorable, But like, what are you gonna do? Like, you dismiss a record because you don't like the cover?
It's
totally.
You wouldn't even listen to New Wave of British heavy metal then, or anything like that.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
I feel like Total Death is a great record. I love that album. Like I say, number 6 for me, killer album. Totally prefer the original cover, but great record. It's no complaints.
All right, it's Ben's turn, and he's walking off. It shows a picture he made back in the day. I made this. And a macaroni necklace.
I sit on my art.
It's a popcorn garland for the Christmas tree.
I don't know where it went.
These are my dirty boxers.
So I didn't really love this one when it first came out. It has a more studio kind of quality to it. It's kind of produced. It sounds like it just sounds a little less brazen and kind of finger up. Musically, I think it's fine. It's just kind of like a standard issue Norwegian black metal record. I've never been able to find it, but I think there's a riff on this album that is also on Gorgoroth's Pentagram. Anybody else ever notice that? Crazy. But yeah, it just kind of sounds lackluster to me. It's a little less brazen. It's never really been one of my favorites. I got this at number 9. It's just kind of sleepy. It's just not one of their best. If it was an album by another band and it was their only album, maybe we would hold this in much higher regard. But when it's one of the best black metal bands ever, I think it's pretty far down there for me. So number 9.
Number 9. My turn already? Yeah, but this came out. I liked it, but it took me a minute. Oh, go ahead, show it.
Somebody was saying the hardest album to find a shirt from. Well, this is one of the 2 Darkthrone shirts that I have.
I've never been into it either.
I came in small.
I had a Total Death shirt that had the space cover on it, and I sold it at Adam's record store in Oshkosh. Yeah, I just sent him a box of shirts when he was opening up, and I just cleaned out my collection, sent him a bunch of stuff, and I said, "Dude, sell this all secondhand. Like, I just want to support you." And there was a Total Death shirt with the space cover on it.
Wow.
I had no idea that was a hard thing to get.
Yeah, for me, this was kind of one of those records where I really had to work at it to get into this record. I think it's a solid record now. I put it on this week. I haven't listened to it in a minute, and it hit a lot better than it did. I mean, like I said, I haven't. Yeah, I got mine at the show, Ben. Why didn't they put a logo on the top of it? It was so stupid. Why didn't they do that?
Right. Stupid.
They put it on the back. I know. Great show. But it grew on me, Black Earth's Last Picture, great song. It's got a good flow, good feel, good groove to it. Black Winged, a little faster. I don't know. It is produced Darkthrone, which I think at this point they've stated that we can kick it lo-fi and be just fine. But this was recorded at the Ancient Spectre Ruins in August and October of 1995. I don't know where that is. I don't know what that is, but this was a grower record for me. It does have kind of a mid-paced kind of crawl to it that kind of goes throughout the record. There's a few fast songs here and there, but I think it was Majestic Desolate Eye was the total Celtic Frost ripper. That song. I don't know. This is just them kind of seeming like they're maybe a little burnout, but it works for me. It's good. I ranked it number 8 on the list. It was good revisiting it this week, which we talked about not covering this one, but everybody kind of seemed like they wanted to, so we're on Goatlord.
Yeah.
This came out in 1996. They put out 2 albums in 1996, Total Death being one of them, and Goatlord also being this one, which was basically meant to be the second Darkthrone record. This is basically the rehearsals of those songs that were supposed to be the second Darkthrone record in the more death metal vein. And they took those rehearsal tapes, spruced them up a bit, and put vocals on the whole thing, which I found to be quite ambitious. Roger, what did you think about it?
Well, as I said in the mail, I don't regard this as a full-length album because it's a rehearsal. Therefore, it doesn't sound as good as it would. Production-wise, it's kind of pretty scruffy sounding in a way. Also, it's not as tight as it would be if they had done a proper recording of it. And I don't like the vocals on it because I don't see them fit, even though they have put some echo on it, trying to make it sound like it was recorded. It's kind of like a cheesy way to do it, but I mean, it's okay. I like that they put it out because I do really like the songs here. I mean, the music is great, but it's just for me, it's kind of more like a demo compilation, really, when it comes to quality, and therefore I put this on 15th place just because I don't regard it as an album, but there are worse releases by this band.
Yeah.
So did you rank it?
Yeah, 15.
Wow, which is one better than no, never mind. Austin. Which is one better than one of their classic records. I mean, that's pretty good.
You're entitled to your opinion. You can, and I'm entitled to mine, and you can be entitled to kissing my ass. So,
I've been a lot closer to it than I care to elaborate on.
Right, humping my farts.
Oh, bad morning.
I'll never forget. I was hanging out with Austin at his place, and his brother just went out and said, "Hey, would you get me a sandwich?" And he came back with a sandwich, and he set it down in front of him, and he was farted on it. And he goes, "You just farted my sandwich!" Yeah.
Why are you gonna bring up old shit? Anyway,
it's all old.
This is because we all are old. We're all old. Speaking of old, this record. I tried really hard to to get into this record back in the day. And I listened to it because, you know, back then it was like, there wasn't a lot of disposable income. You know, I was pretty wicked poor when I was young, and you know, I had crap jobs. I didn't make very much money, and my family never had the ability to support me. They would have if they could have, you know. But I was in a position to where, like, if I wanted new records, I had to go and sell old ones to get things, you know. And I remember selling stuff so that I could buy this copy of this record, Add Your Ecstasy.
Why in the hell didn't they print it in color? That's weird. Anyway,
I don't know. I never noticed that it wasn't in color.
Yeah, look at it's blue.
Yeah, it's all blue.
Yeah.
Weird. Yeah, no, this is not blue. This is black and white.
CD for the win.
I mean, whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. Either way, I was like, what's going on with this album? I also my commitment to enjoying the record was to get a or maybe it was the other way around. Maybe I got the CD version first and then I got this later. But regardless, I remember driving to work and listening to this record and just being like, oh, I'm going to get it. I'm going to understand, you know, because when you're in your early 20s and you're broke as a joke and, you know, you don't just give up on a record and move on. You know, like now people buy something for a couple bucks on Bandcamp. They don't like it. They never visit it again.
Or they don't even listen to it.
Right.
Yeah,
but back then you got something, you listened to it until you liked it.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
You kind of developed Stockholm syndrome with records that you bought. Like you were held hostage and then fell in love with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You know, because you had already paid the money. And I remember with this record, I really didn't have that experience. Like I listened to it 1,000 times and it never really grew on me. It never really was my thing. I appreciated it for what it was. But that brings me down to my rating. I keep turning my phone off and I need to just leave it open. God damn it. I'm technologically inept. I'm sorry, guys. It's low on there. Sorry. Where is it at?
Big sunglasses. Cool album. Just
hang on. I'm trying desperately to be able to see my phone because my eyeballs are shit. So, Goatlord is number 17. It's one behind Oblivion.
Yep.
So yeah, there you have it. Number 17.
All right, Ben.
I actually kind of like the album, and I think if they would have had the time to kind of stick it through, if circumstances would have been differently, they probably could have turned this into a pretty good album. But I definitely think it's best in the discography being like flawless from the first, 5 or 6 albums, that it's important that it wasn't one of those. But some of the riffs, obviously turned out to be on A Blaze in the Northern Sky, and I think Soulside Journey. I may have misheard it or something, but I think when I was listening to Soulside Journey with commentary on yesterday, that he said that it actually was written before Soulside Journey.
Yeah.
And I've always had that wrong. I always thought it was like the transition between Soulside Journey and A Blaze in the Northern Sky, and it just didn't make sense, and it was so important for them to make like such a huge change. But that completely changed my knowledge of that. Anyways, the 96 version that Moonfog put out is kind of a mess. It's got a lot of bad decisions about it. But I didn't know this until the other day that Peaceville put this out a couple of years ago. Raw, original version, no stupid vocals, more songs, stuff that had like parts lifted from it for other stuff. So I would probably pick that up actually if I saw that in a store. But luckily for me, I think when it came out, I understood that this was like not to be considered a new Darkthrone album or like a proper Darkthrone album. And so like I've always just kind of like set it aside as like, yeah, it's just kind of like receipts of something that happened, historical, whatever. So it's just I don't think anyone needs to be held to a standard considering this as like a proper Darkthrone album, but it's just kind of like a collection of rarities or whatever. I think they had some really cool ideas on it. Dodheimsgard covering Green Cave Float really proves that point, I think, on that tribute album, that like if Darkthrone would have covered the whole album, or sorry, if Dodheimsgard would have covered the whole album or something, that would have been like maybe amazing. I don't know. So there's like a lot of great ideas on it. I like how weird it was, but yeah, it's just kind of a non-album for me. But if I'm putting it in with everything else, it's at number 12. Yeah.
All right. Well, for me, I did really like this when it came out. I think it's very ambitious. They went back to all these old ass songs, wrote lyrics for them, performed all this crap. You got, Fenris doing lady parts on there, la, 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 type stuff.
Yeah.
And
hate that shit.
It's
I've always thought it was Satir trying to get money out of the guys that forced them to do this.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure he had a big, because he did some vocal parts on here too.
Yeah.
But the thing that kind of captivates me a bit, or I wouldn't say captivate, it would make it's odd as you listen to this. This stuff was written before Soulside Journey. That's even stranger because it's a lot proggier.
Yeah.
The riffs are very. I don't know. I don't want to say like a death metal dream theater, but it's like there's some killer death metal riffs on here, but there's also just some wonky, strange prog elements that just I can see why they scrapped it. If they wrote this stuff after Soulside Journey, it makes more sense. You get better as a musician. I know that Dag, the bass player Dag, I think he was pissed that they shit canned it. That's one of the reasons why he left, wasn't it? Because they worked on this album, they shit canned it, and he's like, I'm out of here. Which he play something on? Didn't he play a little bit on A Blaze in the Northern Sky? Because they needed him to or something. I don't remember.
Who is it?
Dag Nielsen was his name. He was their bass player on Soulside Journey and this.
Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah, I think he was on Blaze as well.
I think he was on Blaze a bit.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think I still get some of these. I'm listening back to it this week and I'm singing along. I listened to this enough to actually know some of the words.
Yeah.
So it's like I did put the time in with this record when it came out.
Yeah.
But to this day, I mean, it's a 16 for me. There's just other things in the catalog that rank higher. And I would have liked to have heard this material fleshed out a bit better and produced the way it was supposed to be, and then see what happens. But yeah, 16, which brings us to
16, Marty. Huh.
Yeah, well, that's a proper album to put at 16, whereas
Pure demoniac blessings.
Next up is the 1999's Ravishing Grimness. Roger.
Yeah, again, one of these very solid albums.
Yeah.
I think, there's nothing really standing out, but it's just what you wanted from Darkthrone. I really enjoyed this album as well. There's nothing bad about it. It's just, as I said, it's just a solid Darkthrone album, and I put it on 8th place.
Okay.
All right. Austin.
Wow, that's
talk a lot. I have to go pee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I've peed like 5 times. The
iron claws are starting to kick.
Yeah, no, I'm amazed you had so little to say about it.
Yeah, but it's kind of for me, it's not like any standout songs. It's just high quality all over the album. It's for me, it's just one of those albums you put on and you play it and play it. I mean, you can play it 3-4 times and you enjoy it. But I also there are other albums that have songs that are more ingrained in my brain than on Ravishing Grimness. So,
Sure.
yeah.
I agree with you that it is a great record. This is my number 2.
Okay.
I love this album.
Yeah.
Like, I love everything about it. And my pressing has this kind of like weird cover that's not.
Yeah.
It's not normal. Like the original doesn't quite look like this. It looks a little different.
This is the original CD, but it is the same.
Oh, it's the same as the CD.
Yeah.
So the vinyl
Yeah.
pressings I had seen look totally different than this.
Yeah, that might be, but at least the CD looks
doing reissues and they're changing the covers of like everything.
The reissue doesn't even look like this at all. It has
no. That's
someone laying.
Yeah, weird stone figure thing.
Yeah, but the other versions, it still has the old man's face, but it doesn't have the white at the bottom. And I bought this record at Ear Ecstasy when I was in my 20s. And it's crazy. It's a Moonfog version, and it's like all pixelated and shit.
Yeah.
I love this album.
Yeah.
I love this record. Nice one. Who was that?
Ben.
You got me
Hell
drinking.
yeah, brother.
Go, man.
I mute my burps. I have couth.
No, I've been holding mine back and like leaning off screen and stuff.
There was one stream we did where people were like in the chat complaining about my burps.
Yeah,
the
they
whole
were.
fucking night.
Yeah.
I was too drunk to figure out how to lean to the side.
Yeah, like mine are usually super loud, and so I try to hold it back because they're gonna be really gross. So
I'm always pretty proud of them, actually.
yeah, so like let me check my notes and see what I wrote.
Ouch.
So like to me, it's a modern favorite is what I wrote. It's a modern favorite for me. Like it's a record I keep coming back to now at this stage in my life.
Yeah.
And it crushes for non-nostalgic reasons is what I wrote. Like I love the record because I listened to it back then, but like I don't listen to this record because it reminds me of a time. It just kicks ass. Like it's just a really great album. I love the production on it. I love how nasty it is. It's kind of snotty and kind of, kind of has this kind of like punk vibe to it. I don't know. I think it's great. I think everything about it. It's exactly what I want out of a Darkthrone record. I think it's fantastic. Kicks ass.
What was your ranking on it?
It was my number 2, directly behind Transylvanian Hunger.
Right on.
And that was the thing when I was saying earlier where I had a really hard time about where Panzerfaust said it was like those two.
Yeah.
I was struggling with that.
Yeah, it could easily be my number 4 or 5 as well. I mean, there's so much. There's a couple of albums there's no difference really. Just had to put them somewhere.
Right. Yeah. You have to just make a decision.
Yeah.
And so I did. And the reason that I made that decision because I had to weigh the nostalgia thing.
Yeah.
Because your emotional connection to a record matters almost as much as as any other form of your connection to the record, whether it's sonically, aesthetically, whatever. An album can be a time and place thing and have an intense impact on you as a listener. So,
All right, Ben.
Hey. So, once you get into the 6 to 10, everything is kind of like could be anywhere here for me. For me, this was the second era of Darkthrone that I was like, all right, I'm good. I have the first 5 albums or so, love them to death. The new era, we'll see what they do. I'm fine, whatever. And all the albums between like 96 and probably like 05 or so just kind of sat there for me for the longest time, and I didn't listen to really any of them. I would buy them, play them once or so, and then just kind of forget about them. But so like Plague Wielder and Ravishing Grimness just kind of sat there for the longest time. And last weekend I put on Ravishing Grimness just to kind of check in on it and make sure that my feeling was right. And I was so fucking wrong. This was the biggest move for me in revisiting their discography. I bumped this fucker up all the way up to number 5. It fucking floored me. That title track just fucking rules. The riff on that is so fucking good. I've obviously gotten into my Pacifico, so I'm cussing a lot now. But it's so good. And there's a track on there that Colto wrote. It's kind of like a DSBM song, The Claws of Time. I think that's kind of the emblematic song on there. I don't think I like Darkthrone playing DSBM really, but it's a great song. So like overall as the album, I think there's some kind of like missteps style wise that don't really like gel all together with it perfectly, but still some of their best songs are on here. And like I was super excited when I like played it the other day, and I was like, I have been fucking up not playing this thing for so long. So that one moved probably from like 10 to 4 for me, or 5. Yeah. And I texted Austin there. I was like, dude, Ravishing Grimness, holy shit. Yeah, I was super excited to play that.
Dude, I was super excited that you sent me that message, but I was at work. I was brewing. I know my text back was really short, but like this, the second I saw that, I was like, he gets it. Like,
yeah.
The record slays. It's a total banger.
Right.
Agreed. And coming off of, for me, Total Death, it's like the songwriting has matured a lot on this record. And listening to it this week, I haven't spun it in a minute. That Claws of Time, Mitch, you're 100% right here. Claws of Time is one of the best Darkthrone songs. I just love the sorrow in it. It just has a sorrow to it. It's a simplistic, easy riff that I wish I wrote. It's just like, damn it, that is just really great. And how they get out of it and go into just more of a traditional Darkthrone riff after it. It works so well for them. This album is one thing. There's a song on here, number 2, The Beast. I'm gonna say it's like the 2 Minutes to Midnight track. It's the second song on the album. 2 Minutes to Midnight to me has always been kind of a boring song coming off of Aces High. Everybody's like, what are you talking about? This song rules. It's just kind of a blah song. There's better songs on the album. And then you got Lifeless, which is cool. You got the whip tracks on there, which are like totally awesome. It's so stupid, but it's like, man, the whip cracks, more of that. And then they put The Beast on here. It's a long, boring freaking song. But then it's almost like they knew it. They didn't know where to put it in the track listing, so they put it in the second position and followed it up with The Claws of Time, which is just, it makes up for the mistake of The Beast.
I feel you. Track 2 is where I was kind of like, but
it's a very blah song. But then you get to Ravishing Grimness, the title track, and To the Death. It's just really good songwriting in the Darkthrone realm. They can still pull in the Celtic Frost-isms. That's never going away. That's definitely at this point part of their DNA moving forward, and looking behind too. It's just obviously one of their bigger influence. Bathory and Celtic Frost are there two bigger influences. As we go further, I think Austin would argue there's some amoebics coming up on the vocals, especially. I always said drunk guy screaming at the bar, and then Austin said, no, he sounds like the Baron from amoebics. And I'm like, God, he's right. Listen, I couldn't unhear it this week. But Ravishing Grimness for me is number 4. I was kind of surprised how high it ranked, but it's a really good record. It's really solid. Which brings us to oops. Oh yeah, I forgot. I had Goatlord on vinyl too, and mine's black as well. But we got an OG pressing of Plague Wielder here from Moonfog. This came out in 2001. This is their post Y2K album. Yep. OG press. And a gatefold, if I remember right. Yep, it's a gatefold.
Mine is too. Mine is not an OG though. Mine's a back on black poser edition. So
right on.
I have mine original gatefold CD.
Oh shit! I forgot to mention something.
What's that, Marty?
There was a Preparing for War in there too. There's like a best of collection, which
horrible.
It's
useless,
horrible, whatever.
Pointless.
Yeah.
There it
Pointless.
is. Anyway, Plague Wielder.
Shit.
Have the CD as well.
Hey. Little fact: does everybody know that Thomas Lindbergh drew the logo for Darkthrone?
I did know
Yes.
that. Yes.
Great logo. Good job, Tompa.
Yeah. I don't know. This is the first album
Eric.
that has a bad song. I don't like Sin of Origin. I think it's I don't know, misstep for me. This album was quite disappointing to revisit, to be honest. So I kind of a little bit boring. As I said, Son of Origin, it was kind of like, what the fuck? It didn't fit in the album for me. But yeah, I put it way down in 14th place.
14th place.
Yoing.
All right, Austin.
All right, let me figure out where it is looking at this. It was not high for me. I mean, I do like it. So it was number 9. I feel like it's a good album. The artwork is pretty rough, but I always enjoyed the album. However, Beck wanted me to mention this, that we had a rat named Plague Wielder. And it was because she was a Norwegian rat, which were from Iceland.
How can you tell?
It's a breed. It's a breed of rat, and they're a type of rat. Well, no, you ask them. Did
it come wearing a sweater?
No, it liked to eat lefse. It was really into lefse and brunost.
Did it come chewing snooze?
Yeah, it had a little snooze in it.
Clearly a Norwegian rat. Clearly.
Yeah, and it was
A distant cousin of Varg Vikernes.
Yeah. No, it was a Norwegian rat, which were actually Icelandic rats, and they were the ones that
They're really good swimmers, apparently.
they staved off the plague because they had a genetic resistance to the plague, which were Chinese rats. And so they became the dominant species and essentially wielded the plague. And so Beck has, somebody wrote Ratus Norvegicus.
Yes.
Exactly. Beck has a tattoo.
You guys are making this shit up.
No, we're not.
No. Ratus
We're not.
Norvegicus is right. That's
Even their rats are better. Whatever.
But it wasn't actually Norwegian. It was an Icelandic rat.
Yeah.
It was an Icelandic rat, but they called it Ratus Norvegicus. But Beck has a tattoo. Next time you see Beck, Ben and Marty, on her right hand there is a rat.
Yeah,
That was our rat, Plague Wielder. We called her Wieldy because it's a lot cuter.
Cute. That's so cute.
Wieldy. And so Beck wanted me to bring that up. She's probably upstairs laughing her ass off right now.
Marty, did you know the scientific name for a housefly is Hausus flyicus?
Isn't that a Candlemass record?
In Norway.
Norway, yes.
Yeah.
But number 9 for me. Number 9 for me. Fun album. It's good. The album art is absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't know. Like, what the hell is it? Like a Grammy that got thrown in a dumpster? I mean,
An Oscar. It's an Oscar, you mean?
yeah, an Oscar that got thrown in the trash.
This is a stupid cover. I will agree.
Yeah, you can't really tell what's going on. But the record's good. The reissue, the record is a little bit better. Oh, Charlie just showed up. Hey,
Charlie!
About time you got here,
Chuckles.
Charlie. What the hell?
Chuckles has entered the chat. He missed all the good jokes.
Well, we're not done yet. It's about to get the catalog's about to get worse.
Oh yeah, or better.
Yeah. No, probably not.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just saying that to feel you. Anyways, yeah, Plague Wielder, good record, bad album cover, kind of suffers from being mid-90s, but everything did at the time. At least it didn't have keyboards on it.
What's wrong with keyboards?
There's nothing wrong.
I mean, in 1997 or whatever, when did that happen? No, 2000?
2001.
In 2001, everything was wrong with keyboards.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I enjoyed it. Still do. I don't listen to it a whole lot.
Maybe if they're Norwegian keyboards, it'd have been better, Austin. I mean, the rats are better. The keyboards have got to be better too.
Norwegicus a keyboardicus.
Norwegian is keyboardicus. Exactly. Yep. All right, Ben.
So what I said about
He's more top hat.
I saw that. I was really hoping you wouldn't. I was really hoping you wouldn't post it, but
What's up, Simon? How you doing, man?
What I said about like the genericness that I had applied to Ravishing Grimness incorrectly is what I would say is more accurate about Plague Wielder. It's the second era. It's where they really, for me, started to falter a little. I mean, from the total, I liken it to be kind of like with Total Death. Not successful, not great, doesn't sound amazing, nothing really remarkable on it. It's just kind of right in the middle there for me. And I listened to it again the other day, and yeah, it's just okay. I got it at number, what are we talking about? 8. Plague Wielder, yeah. Pretty good production on it. Stupid intro. That's the only notes I wrote on it. Fucking thing. I don't hate it. It's not bad. It's just a bad album by the best black metal album ever.
Band. You said album.
Band, yeah.
I mean, maybe they were trying to kind of recreate the vibe of Blaze with the beginning, because it kind of has the same fade
totally.
in.
That's why I said stupid intro.
You know, and then it's like, it's not life.
It's death. Like Darkthrone so often are not cheesy, and when they do something cheesy, it sucks.
Nocturno Colto.
I hate it. It's bumming me out, because otherwise you guys are. Wait, look at the end of Roger's chair there. He's got a little dragon on the end of his chair. That's very Norwegian.
Very nice. All right. I love it. I've noticed it before in his videos and stuff, or on streams. I don't know. I don't dislike this record. And now that you mention it, the cover art is really dumb. The back cover art is really dumb. It just makes me wonder, Moonfog, they were scooping up all these really cool Norwegian bands that were working with Satyr or Satyr, however the hell you say, I don't know. That
Loser.
For clout. But it's like the art direction is questionable on this stuff. It just is. I mean, even the inside here, it's just like, hey, just throw a bunch of crap on a canvas and call it a Darkthrone art. It just makes no sense. But the album itself, I like the production. Weakling Avenger is a standout track for me. I like Command. They come in to shout command in a weird place in the song.
Oh, yeah. That has some guest vocal spots on it by the guy from Audio Pain and Necro or something. Or no, Apollyon.
Apollyon, yeah.
Yeah.
This is number 9 in my list. I listened to it this week, and I still enjoy it. I think it's a good record. I think produced Darkthrone is good. I like it when they go to a studio and record it. We all know that it works lo-fi, but it just no, it just why wouldn't you want this to sound better? Make it sound better. Whatever. This is a production of Shut the Fuck Up-icus.
Yeah. Ooh, but why don't you guys get in the studio?
Screw you guys. Next up is 2003. This is a favorite of mine. Hate Them. Hate Them. 2003. Roger.
Yeah, I fucking love this album.
I do too.
Probably their best produced album.
Yeah.
Vocally, the best vocals. Fucking
grim as fuck.
vocals. Yeah. So I put this in number 5. It's just killer songs of the killer songs, and we and also I have a kind of a personal connection because we at this time, this is 2003. or something. We were starting to go into Inferno Festival, and we had this album playing over and over again. When we were a little bit slow in the morning to start drinking, we put this on, and 1 hour later we were drunk and happy. So yeah, it's just a killer album with a lot of killer tunes. And as I said, the production and especially the vocals on this album is just awesome.
So what you're saying is them in a studio is better, Roger, on this one, is what you're...
On this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. I'm glad we're clear on
and
that.
I have it as the number 5.
Damn it, we're cheating off paper again. Awesome.
Damn.
Austin.
Well, you mentioned Inferno, so first and foremost, Vidi Fred, Jan Martin.
Yep.
He was a friend of mine and was absolutely the person who brought my band to Norway for the first time. And he and I would go out and have beers after the show, and we would talk about nerdy craft beer crap because he loved Hond, and he knew that I had worked there. And then we would talk about Norse history, mythology, Viking history, and we would just have these dork conversations. And he was such a great guy, and I will miss him. I will always miss him.
Sad.
Yeah,
another sad passing.
Yeah, and this one will be hard for me. Like, you know, the last time that we came back to Norway, I wondered why he didn't book the show.
Yeah.
Because the last time I seen him, I had noticed that he wasn't right, but he never said anything.
Okay.
You know, he never said that he was sick. No. And I remembered, like, I had to help him to his car, and we'd be drinking until like early in the morning. And we were just sitting there like talking shit and just, you know, and I helped him to his cab, and I thought, oh yeah, it's just because we were drinking. I didn't think anything of it. And then the next time we came through Oslo was like maybe just a year later or whatever. Yeah. And he wasn't the booker. And I was like, that's weird. Because he and I had been talking about Inferno and, you know, talking about doing things together. And when we came through, it was with a different booker. And they were great too. They were a great booker. They were really kind to us. And then, you know, we're in the midst of planning a tour right now for next year. And as we're planning the tour, I get a message. And like, I hadn't written Jan Martin for like a few months. And I got a message that he was in a coma, and they expected him to pass away. And I mean, it was so brutal, you know. This guy, like, that had been so supportive of me and all the Beinrud and Nordvis bands. He'd been so supportive of us, and it always made me laugh. He was like, when we would come through Norway, he'd be like, yeah, you guys are just a local band to us, so it's fine, you know? And like, it always cracked me up the way that he acted about it. He was so cool and so supportive, and he never had any arrogance about everything he had done and all the bands he had supported and everyone he had lifted up. So yeah, it's cool.
Cool.
Anyways,
Hate them.
What a transition.
Yeah.
I love this album. I think this album rips. The album rips all the way through, but I love that the first song is so like slow intentionally. And then when he's like, like early black metal, and then all of a sudden it goes into it, I was like, oh my God, that was planned out. Like, that was such an awesome way. And he kept hinting at it. Like, what's the line? It's like cold and sober, you know, and he kept like hinting at it. And then when they finally did it, it was the most Transylvanian Hunger riff that they had done since Transylvanian Hunger. And the album rips. It's a great album, totally killer. But that whole section, that whole, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. So, yeah, let me pull up my thing again. Sorry, my phone, I'm technologically inept. Where's it at here? Hate them. Where is it at? It's number 10 for me. So, just behind Plague Wielder. And my notes were, first song is a banger. The rest is good, but doesn't hit as hard as like early black metal. Also, I will say the D beats in Divided We Stand are super sick. I love that Darkthrone lets their crust and punk interests shine. That's something I really appreciate about them, is that they're not afraid to shy away from the fact that they totally listen to Discharge, and Amoebics Eric. So, yeah, I love it. It's a great record. Love it. Killer album.
All right, Ben.
Charlie, stop that.
It's definitely reassuring after a couple of like missteps in her discography. It's like, all right, I need to be paying attention again, because I really wasn't during this period. I was on to more necro Norwegian stuff and everything else. I was like, I'm good with the first couple of Darkthrone albums, but once they started reissuing all the albums with the commentary on them, I was really, really interested in hearing what Fenris had to say about every one of them. So that got me listening to a lot of the mid-era ones again. And that was where I realized, like, holy shit, these guys have actually been like on fire a couple of times over the last 15 years or something. Fenris is just like one of the most charismatic people. I could listen to him talk about absolutely anything. I love him to death. He
seems like a really cool dude.
Yeah. There's people who like worship Lemmy from Motorhead and whatnot, and he like has a statue and they go throw flowers on his statue and stuff like. But when Fenris goes, man, I'm gonna take the day off. I'm probably gonna cry, and if they ever make a statue of him, I'm gonna go probably hump its leg or something. so infatuated with Fenris. Anyways, hate them. I think this is maybe the first time where you start to hear them kind of like, dabble in some crust, some kind of like black and roll-ish kind of stuff. Maybe before that was even like more of a thing. They're really trying to like find some new territory to explore. And it's stuff that's always been there. They're just kind of like bringing the next folder of stuff out into the forefront. And it's awesome. It sounds genuine. It's just great. Ted singing on it is so vitriolic and pissed off. I love it. The vocals on this. Like, to me, Darkthrone is kind of like Fenris's band with Kolto helping out. But Nocturnal Kolto is one of the best black metal vocalists ever, too. It's almost like a coincidence that you have these two insanely talented guys in the same band. But so when Kolto is great, I mean, he's fucking great, and it's not like there's ever any albums that are like mediocre, but his vocals are amazing on. It seems like when they're on fire, they're both really, really, really on fire. And this is no exception. I got this at number 7. It's definitely one of those that I didn't care about when it came out. I wasn't following them around that time period, but in going back and like revisiting their discography, I've been like, holy shit, I fucked up. Real good. Banger.
All right. Next, I love this record. I always did the moment I heard it. Number 5 for me. Hate them.
Damn.
This thing has an older spirit to it. There's an anger here. The songs sound revitalized. They sound more energetic. I mean, I love Ravishing Grimness, but this is just more energetic and hateful sounding. I obviously hate them. Kolto's voice on here is just absolutely sick. I love it. Fucked Up and Ready to Die. I mean, God, it just every time I hear that song, I could just feel the sentiment coming from it. You know, every song on here is great. I do like the more punk. It's a little bit of foreshadowing of what's to come, I suppose. They don't beat your head. They don't beat it over your head. Beat the punk influence over your head, but it's in there. But this just feels like a kind of a lost black metal record to me. You know, this isn't them trying to be there isn't a lot of Celtic Frostisms on here. It's just kind of a mean, nasty record. And the production is crisp and raw. It's produced. It isn't, you know, something they did on a wore out 4-track. This is, I don't know. I really love this record. Like I said, number 5 for me. It's still to this day, whenever it seems like the last couple of years, whenever I'm in the mood for Darkthrone, I grab this record every time. I love it. It holds up really well over the years, and it sucks that people just seem to overlook this one. You know, Alexander here says everyone hate them. I don't. I disagree.
No.
I think this is a gem in their catalog that is often overlooked, and we're starting to get fewer and fewer of them. But
I think a lot of people recognize this is a great album.
I hope so. And we're moving to 2004 with Sardonic Wrath. And I have a lot of duplicates here because I'm a collector moron.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't pull mine out because I knew you guys would. I've got them all on both formats. I'm a fucking idiot.
Sardonic Wrath. Roger.
All right, hang on. I gotta go drain the dragon.
Okay, go drain away.
Yeah, I'm gonna be listening though.
Okay.
Yeah, I do only have this on CD, so but it's over at my CD player. So of course, compared to Hate Them, it's a step down. Naturally, you can't follow up with a same album, kind of change up a little bit.
They
but
did.
Still, a lot of killer tracks here as well, but it's a little bit more uneven for me. The production is, not as good. So it's kind of a little bit disappointing when you at least listen to them back to back. It's kind of a step down, and I have this on my 9th place.
9th place.
Still think it's a great album, but it's just like, especially if you listen to them back to back, it has to be a kind of a gap between them on the list as well. So,
all right. Well, since Austin's peeing, Ben, you're up. Sardonic Wrath.
This for me is where they truly kind of start to fall off. My checking out of their discography is kind of warranted. In revisiting them, I think there's it's just kind of a place marker there. I don't care a whole lot about it. I don't think there's really much remarkable on it. I don't know. I guess the problem that I have with a lot of their albums is if it was written by another band, I might care about it a little bit. But since there's so many other albums in their discography that are so amazing, it just really lives in the shadows of everything else. I put it at number 11. I noted that it is dedicated to Quorthon, although like so much of their stuff is Bathory. It's just a mid-era one for me. I don't listen to it very often. I'll be surprised if I listen to it again after the other day. It's okay.
Austin.
Hey, Scott, that's a Blaze Foley quote. Anyways, this record, I feel like I didn't really give a fair shake to.
I kind of feel the same. I liked it a lot more this week than I thought I would. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it significantly more than I thought that I would. And back in the day, I enjoyed it and I had a great time with it. And it was killer. But it never really had any staying power. And then this week I was brewing our rye pale ale. We have a rye pale ale called Jordan Blue. And I was just doing kind of my homework for this. and just I was kind of struck by how much of a kick-ass album this is, coming back to it after a really long time of not listening to it. It was way better than I remembered it being, and I enjoyed it pretty thoroughly. I had a really good time listening to it, and yeah, I don't know. Killer album. It wasn't super high on my ranking. But that goes without saying because we're so deep into it. So let me pull up where we were at here. Where I put it at. Oh, Jesus Christ. Where did I put it? Did I not even
16.
Put it? It was not 16.
12?
Well, shit. I wonder if I didn't enter it into my list. How many albums were there total?
21.
21, yeah.
Okay, so it's in here. I just can't see it because I need better glasses.
We'll figure it out.
Well, hang on 2 seconds. Sardonic Wrath is at number 8. It's at number 8. It says, quote, way better than I remember it. Killer production, killer riffs. And then it says there was a specific song that I actually thought was really killer was Schockmelt Jesu Christ.
Yes.
And it's super sick, and also fucking the song title is so awesome.
Yeah.
Checkmate, Jesus Christ. That's a really funny song title. Like,
their sense of humor is so amazing.
You can't not laugh at that. So yeah, number 8. I enjoyed it. But that song title, that was the other thing, is that like before I started to speak Norwegian, I was a Darkthrone fan. And then after I started, and I also speak Norwegian like a child. I'm not like great, I'm like, I talk Norwegian like a kid. But enough to where I can understand quite a bit.
Yeah.
And song titles are hilarious once after you've had this time, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait, that can't say that. Oh, it does, And so, yeah, that was another thing where I was like, Sharkmont.
Sharkmont.
Like, I was like, okay, cool, sick. That's funny as fuck. So, yeah. Well,
Yeah, I've been meaning to talk to you about your Norwegian a little bit. I know it's a little rough around the edges. If you need some tutoring, just hit me up.
Yeah, man.
Just hit me up.
Down.
I'll set you straight. And work out some of the rough edges a little bit.
Just call me Pimsler. Marty Pimsler.
Yep. Okay. Sardonic Wrath for me. This ended up at number 10, and I agree. I haven't spun this one in a while, and it was really nice to. It's a really raw but clear sounding record, and a little bit more of their punk influences come out. But what track is it? The Information Wants to Be Syndicated. They start off raging on this thing. It's really, really good. The second full length track on here, I'm not going to say it because I don't want to make Austin feel bad.
Come on, Pimsler.
There's a punk influence that shines through, and you listen to the commentary on here. Fenris is saying it's Deathstrike from Australia. I just hear like a crusty punk thing, and they do it so well. The punk side of Darkthrone actually works really well. What's that? Chicago. What's the death band from Slaughterlord? They had the album Deathstrike.
Yep.
They had the album Deathstrike. See?
Yep.
The iron claws are starting to kick in a little bit. My brains are getting a little bit scrambled here.
All 6 of them.
All 6 brain cells that are left are a little bit swimming in the iron sauce.
Blood juice.
But yeah, number 10. I think it's a solid record, and for me, it's the last this is the last album that really kind of clings to the raw essence of Darkthrone. There's big changes a coming. And they're coming quick. And before we get
where everybody forgets my teen rating, because from here on out, Marty is gonna complain about everything.
I'm going to start complaining, but not quite yet.
What we're paying for.
This single is really cool. This Too Old, Too Cold. You got Too Old, Too Cold that was on Cult is Alive. You got High on Cold War, which has got Grudela from Enslaved on vocals. He crushes on this thing. He's super sick. And then you've got the Love and Avoid Susie and the Banshees cover, which that Susie and the Banshees song was initially a single. And then when they reissued the Join Hands, which is their second album, that ended up on there. And then, of course, you've got Graveyard Slut on here from Cult is Alive, but with Culto Ted singing on it, which I like it better than Fenris's version, to be honest. But yeah, this is a fun single. After I heard this, I'm thinking, I can't wait for the next record. This sounds sick. This sounds cool. I like the more rockin' vibe. But then we get to this thing, The Cult is Alive. And I bought this. I pre-ordered this. I got it. And after I got it, I noticed that there was a thing that came out saying the first batch of these records were mastered wrong. And there's like a very annoying hum on this whole thing that is really, really fucking annoying. So I had to buy the CD. And of course I bought this stupid box set. You have which is just a poster of that stupid cover.
Yeah.
And it's just dumb. It's just
He
dumb.
still has a lot of accidents and mistakes happen.
Yeah. But anyway, The Cult is Alive. This came out in 2006 along with Too Old, Too Cold EP. And we'll start with you, Roger. What'd you think of this one? A change is a-coming.
Yeah, and a change that I don't necessarily think was a good one.
I know.
But there's some great tracks on this album. But like overall, it's kind of very uneven for me. I kind of remember half of the album, and the rest of the songs are I couldn't remember them when I put this on. But I mean, Too Old, Too Cold, Graveyard Slut, Whiskey Funeral. I mean, there's some really good tracks there. But yeah. Overall, quite disappointing when this came out.
I was a little disappointed. Yeah.
It came on 13th place, so it's not totally butchering, but that's only because there's worse to come.
Which are right up there in the Austin's top 5, according to his number 16 pick.
Yeah,
timeline is like the opposite.
I'm gonna pay him back for that one. So.
Fair enough.
You're up,
This is
sir.
my number 1 album, man.
No, it's not. It can't be.
No. Hang on. I was gonna go ahead and pull it up because this one guy complained that he didn't like how long it took me to find things in my phone. And yeah, he was bitching about it, and he was like, "Oh, these long silences." So I'm gonna, I already had it pulled up, and but then my phone turned back off again. So sorry, Scott. So no, I do like this record. Sure, there are some awkward moments on the record, in particular when it's like talking about some chick's rack. When Fenris is like, nice rack and all, like, yeah, that's awkward. That's awkward. Uncomfortable. That's uncomfortable. And it would be if we were in person hanging out and some guy was like, check out that chick's rack, you'd be weirded out. Yeah. And especially if it was predicated with first saw you in the graveyard, rack and all. That's awkward.
Yeah.
So there's definitely some lyrical content on this record that's questionable. And also makes me feel kind of like, like I wouldn't choose to do that. I wouldn't choose to say those kinds of things, whatever. there's also a lot of fun moments on the record, to be fair. So it's number 11 for me. When it came out, I loved the album just because of the sound. It was more punk adjacent. Sure, it was super awkward when me and Beck were hanging out, sitting on the porch, listening to the record, and Fenris is talking about some woman's boobs. Yeah. But I enjoyed the sound of the record. And
I was listening to it with my kid in the car the other day. He didn't seem to mind. Probably not great parenting moment 101, but hey, you know, what can you do?
But there's killer riffs on it. It's the first time that you really begin to see the punk aspect. And the recording process on the record, it's like they came down from the 90s overproduced and they came into this really realistic sound where it sounded like it was recorded in a room. Sorry, I just had a door open. Beck, you good? All right, cool. Oh, is there any aurora outside? Damn it. What's the KP index? Oh, yeah, the KP index is really high right now. So we're supposed to have really good aurora tonight, but
Take us out. Take us outside.
Clouds moving in. Anyways, I digress. Yeah, no, it's good. It's cool. There's some cringy, awkward moments, but I still really enjoy the record. I go back and listen to it, and you know, it doesn't hit quite as hard as it did when it came out, but it's definitely number 11 for me.
All right, Ben.
Unlucky number 13 for me. This has a few good moments, but overall, this is really bad. Stupid song, childish lyrics, tired riffs. They should have shelved this crap. This to me, like, I don't care. From here on out, I don't give a fuck. I'll put anything in. I don't give a fuck. The punk stuff is the worst for me, but from here on out, yeah, like, whatever. I'm done.
All right.
Hey, Ben, Beck just looked back at me and went at you just now.
No, that was completely unrelated.
Oh, okay. Cool.
No.
You can interpret that.
This is where we have such different timelines. Like, I never had a punk anything. My punk album was Dookie, okay? I'm not fucking punk at all. There's no punk part of me at all. Nothing. I bought a Misery album the other day, though. That's
it's good. Misery rules.
It's the Extinction of Mankind split.
Yeah.
Like, that's my first punk moment in my whole fucking life.
That's more crust than, well, it's still punk, but it's crusty.
When you were spending a ton of time with me, you didn't get into any of that bullshit that I was always, pushing on you.
I kind of liked that Amoebics album that sounds totally like fucking Bathory, but I haven't listened to that in a long time. No, never really jived.
Fair enough.
All right. For me, I've got really kind of the same. When this record came out, I mean, I got the Too Old Too Cold EP. I liked it. I thought we're in for another good record, and this is just very lackluster. They started to get really repetitive with putting the name of the songs in the chorus. I do like the Too Old Too Cold song, but Atomic Coming, that's the chorus more or less. It's stupid. Whiskey Funeral, I don't know. It just kind of felt like a lot of the songs became very interchangeable. And I could appreciate a bit of the punk influence because I do like punk. I do like some crust. But yeah, this just was a undercooked album for me. And this is, again, feels like another transitional record And it is. It very much is. And it comes with a bonus enhanced video track, Too Old, Too Cold,
Yeah.
which they recorded in about 5 minutes, it looks like. They threw, oh, we got to go shoot a video. Peaceville wants a video. Okay, well, whatever. That's kind of how they approached it. A bunch of middle fingers in the woods. Whatever. That's the video in a nutshell. Let me see here. Looks like we've got some. Well, there's this thing that came out around this time. Black Death and Beyond box set, which I gotta say, this thing, it comes in this bag. I could hardly get it in and out of the bag. I got it out enough to read
Sounds
the book.
like your sex life.
Yeah, exactly. The book in here. The book in here is worth reading. It's a really well done. A lot of cool old pictures.
My friend Anthony wrote that. I don't have that, but I really want it.
The fact that they took the time. I think the band members are the ones that did it themselves. It's a lot of candid insight to what was going on at the time, which I liked it. And it came with a patch that I put on my Battle West, so that was cool. And then also during this, but there's 3 I should describe this a little bit better than that.
Yeah, come on.
There's 3 LPs in here. You've got the Black, the Death, and the Beyond side. So you've got a black metal record where the band picked their favorite songs to be on it. Then you got the Death record, which has got the more death metal minded tracks on here. And then you got Beyond, which is the first song on side 5 is Graveyard Slut. So you can see where their mind was at that point.
Fenris
Then
finally got laid.
Yeah. You go into this thing. This is the new wave of new wave of black heavy metal single that came out. This has got 2 tracks off of wait a minute. I've got these fucked up. Anyway, I'm drunk at this point. Let's just do this. F.O.D. F.O.A.D. Fuck Off and Die. This came out in 2007. Roger.
Yeah, I have this nice box set. And Fuck Off and Die was the exact thought I had when I put this on.
I had that exact same thought today.
I fucking hate this album. Still, I couldn't listen to more than 2 songs at a time, and that's pretty rough when there's 9 songs. So you have to kind of, I have nothing good to say about this. It's boring. It's punk without attitude. The only thing good about this release is these nice postcards that you get in the box set that you can send to people you hate.
How come I've never got a Nocturnal Culto postcard from you, Roger? I'm a little offended.
I don't hate you.
Well, I'm glad about that.
Maybe next year's bell.
But yeah, out of totally disrespect, I mean, this is crap, and I have it at number 20.
Wow. Well, 20. There you go. Austin.
We're all doomed because Charlie's in the chat. So,
Charlie.
These super CD cases, you cannot get the booklet out without fucking up the booklet. You know what I'm saying? These things are. Go ahead.
I like this album.
I do too. Surprisingly.
I enjoy it thoroughly. I don't understand why there is a PMRC sticker on it.
Well, because it's Fuck Off and Die. That's why.
Yeah, but that's dumb. This is an independent label. Like, why does it have a PMRC? And it's not even a sticker.
It's right on the jacket.
Printed on the jacket.
They probably wanted that. They're probably wearing it as a badge of whatever punk.
It's so dumb. Yeah, I love this album. I recognize that it doesn't fit the black metal archetype. And that's fine. But I had a lot of fun when I was listening to this record.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of good times when Beck and I were young. and before we had kids, and we were, being in our late 20s and having a good time hanging out and sitting by fires and drinking, and last year on my 41st birthday, we were in Canada and Thunder Bay hanging out with some of our Louisville buddies and one of our Louisville buddies who came up to visit. We live right by Canada, so like we're just went over there, and we were and it was hilarious to listen to Canadian metal.
Yeah.
In Canada while drinking beers and listening to Canadian metal. That was awesome. Like we had a great time. We had a lot of fun. And sometimes it's okay to listen to a record that you don't really think is musically the greatest or ideologically the greatest or whatever. It's just, is it fun? Does it feel good?
Sometimes it's fun to have fun, Austin.
Do you just enjoy the goddamn record?
Yeah. Agreed.
Is that good enough? And I just had fun. I enjoy the record. I had a good time. That's it. It's got a lot of good memories associated with it. And I don't really feel the need to like be a cult apologist. So
What'd you rank it?
Scott, I'm going to get out my phone again. Just you.
Don't worry about it. We're good.
Oh, Scott. Scott likes it when I get my phone out.
While we're
Let
waiting,
me access my phone machine.
Roger,
Let me
do you
take
have the
let me
Norwegian
take a
demo?
look. Let me take a look here.
No.
Sirach?
It's going to take me a minute because I didn't do it because in my infinite intelligence, I didn't do it in order of discography. I did it in order of ranking.
I did that too, but I've been.
Asshole. I'm so dumb. Anyways, so that's why it takes me a minute to look at it. Ben, go ahead and start doing your thing, and then I'll.
I already fucking did my thing. You're still doing your shit.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Oh yeah, you did that.
You went P. You were going P, and I made him go first.
Shit. All right, so you go. Okay.
I'm going next then.
Yeah.
I'm going next.
And I will interject lovingly. Shall I hold up a hand?
Sure.
Okay,
Sure.
cool. Go ahead.
For me, I find that this era of Darkthrone, I always get their albums. I listen to them for about 2 weeks. I put them on the shelf, and I don't listen to them again. So this week, pulling this thing off the shelf and listening to it was a lot of fun. I mean, I made my own code, sold my soul to Manilla Road. But I'm metal, I don't give a fuck. Ooh, I was raised on rock.
I was
That to
wondering how
me-
you were gonna figure out how to bring up Manilla Road in this fucking stream, and you did.
There it is. Yep, I did it. And I'm all
Halloween's next, right?
I wish. I was trying to figure out a way to get Halloween in here this and it's not going to happen. It just isn't. But yeah, Raised on Rock is a favorite. I mean, a sentiment for that track I can completely get behind. The Shores Are Damned is good. Canadian Metal's fun. Church of Real Metal, Banners of Old. I mean, this is just like Austin said. It's a fun record. Okay, what is it? What is it there, sir? So yes, Austin.
To your dismay, and also ironically, much to my chagrin,
Your surprise.
I rated this album number 7.
Oh, that's great.
Because it says, quote, "Love this record. It's cheesy, but it was a fun time in my life. Eric, Amoebix vibes at times."
There it is.
So Eric, you can continue to gloat.
And I tell you, people in the chat, if you're not into Manilla Road, you have chose unwisely. Now, if they only sang a song about Halloween, I could have worked that angle in here too tonight, but it didn't work out. But yeah, for me, this record is fun. Is it essential Darkthrone? It isn't, but it's just fun Darkthrone. It's them saying, you know what? We're sick of being super serious. We've been doing this for a lot of years. Let's just have fucking fun. And they did. And it sounds like they did anyway. I put this at number 11. And I do want to talk about this for 1 second. There's a couple different tracks on here. Wisdom of the Dead and Canadian Metal. Canadian Metal's got a different vocal track on here. Wisdom of the Dead, I think, is a different mix. And then you've got I can't read it. The third track. It's a song that is exclusive to this, and then you've got Bad Attitude, which is a Testers punk cover, which fits in perfectly with the vibe they're going for here. Which brings us to another one. Sorry, Frostland tapes came out at this time too.
Yes, yes.
The Frostland tapes came out at this time too. Let me
I have
read
a bootleg of that. It's like really shitty.
You have a bootleg of Frostland tapes?
Yeah, it's like a piece of paper with a CD tray glued onto it, and Beck bought it for me.
Where is it?
You did. It was a really long time ago.
So
these like right when we first got together.
So this Frostland tapes coincided with the band's 21st anniversary. It's the first official release to contain all 4 Darkthrone demos. Frostland tapes also includes a live recording from Denmark in 1990 and the previously unreleased instrumental version of 1991 Goatlord rehearsal session. These are the songs that were intended to feature on the proposed second album before the band changed direction and the tapes were confined to the vaults. Okay, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, that's what this is. And like typical booklets like this, there's always, they have something stuck in here, and of course the glue gives away after a while. These fucking Digipack monstros. What were you showing, Roger? I didn't see it. Show it.
It's the vinyl version.
Oh, the vinyl version. Right on. So this is a cool little archive to have from the era. Well, it came out in this era, but it's all the old shit. Very cool.
Yeah.
But that brings us to that's done. Dark Thrones and Black Flags, 2008. Another one of those super jewel cases, which are annoying as hell. I do like the artwork. I like the line in the pencil, the pen and ink. Punk from Dennis Dredd, right? Wasn't that the artist? Anyway, Roger, I'm sure if you didn't like the last one, you like this one even less because it's not as good as a record. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's crap. Vocally, it's crap. Fenris trying to sing clean vocals is so fucking.
So you didn't like Isengard then? You didn't like Isengard when that?
He 80% of his clean singing is shit. He does do some good ones, but overall he should just shut the
quality
fuck up
control
and,
over here.
let Nocturnal Culto sing. Yeah. This would give I would give it -1 point, and I put it on 21st place, and I've been kind with that ranking.
All right, Austin.
It's number 1. So like. Once again, it was the same time period where there was some attachments having a lot of fun at the time. However, what the fuck is with this like sassy
dude, that's a graveyard slut.
Yeah, she's like in the background and the deep plunge. You know, I don't get it. That's for goofy, but the record is not. It's not great.
No,
it's not great. The hiking metal is fun.
That's fun.
And the Blacksmith of the North is cool. At Norway in September, I had some kind of attachments to, because when Beck and me moved to Norway, it was in August, and so when I was working at Håndbryggeriet, there was like a kind of like weird. What does that say?
Absolutely.
I wasn't there, but did you though?
It was for Roger.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh,
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Sick. It was cool to see when we came there in August, and it was still like really. We moved there from America, and it was still really warm, and it was cool to see the autumn transitions. And so that song, talks about autumn leaves returning back to Norway, and so in my mind that kind of sticks out. It's like a nostalgic connection. Even though that record doesn't really hit with me as much as it did. So it's number 12. It's kind of right behind The Cult Is Alive because it's right in there with it. And probably honestly just because of Norway in September is a trigger memory of living in Norway in September and my time, my months living there and what it felt like, because I moved back to the US before winter really proper set in. So, in my mind, like my months living in Norway was in this extended period of like summer and autumn. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's not high up on my list. And today I listened to it when we were on our way out to go for a hike, and I listened to it and I actually disliked it intensely more than I was like kind of listening to it. I was like, man, this is not as good as I remembered without the nostalgia.
Right on. Nostalgia is a powerful thing for
It is. It
Yeah.
is.
all of us, I think.
And in the discography rankings, I think we're taking the albums objectively, super objectively. Your nostalgia and your experiences and your history and your relationships with the albums are pretty separate from the stuff we rate on merit alone. I got this guy. Well, yeah, get on my notes here. Dark Thrones and Black Flags. That's the one we're on, right?
Yeah.
Some of the worst vocals I've ever heard.
Yes.
Guitars sound like shit. Drums sound like shit. The mix of heavy metal and crust punk just doesn't work well for me. The clean vocals are absolute garbage. You can't just make shit music and call the detractors, critics, posers. I guess that's metal, but it's just also stupid because at the end of the day, people prefer good music to garbage.
So what would you rank this as?
21.
This is your 21.
The first song literally has a line where he says, "Posers are the same with their metal lies." It's uncomfortable.
Well, I'm here to say the chorus, the winds, they call the dungeon shaker. I think that rules. I think that's really cool. Hiking Metal Punks, fun
I
song.
like it.
The fact that you got, some deep lyrical shit going on here. You got Hanging Out in Hygar, which is basically Fenris went on a flight to go visit a couple of big metal diehards down in metal. They headbanged and partied all weekend. I mean, great. I don't know. This album is number 18 on the list for me. I do like the winds they called the dungeon shaker, and I'm going to say
it's no comment vid Christ. It's not.
No.
it is the fact that I like Isengard. I think his clean singing, even on the Storm record, it's quirky, but I think he's got a lot of heart, and I like it. And in the Darkthrone context, as we're going to get up here in a minute, there's a couple songs where he's just kind of belting it out. There's a lot of honesty in it, and he knows he's probably not the best singer, but it's still, there's a charm to it I dig. So there's a couple songs coming up in the catalog that I do really appreciate. But anyway, we're on 2010. We are on Circle the Wagons. Yep. There it is. Roger, I'm sure this one ranks high on your list as well.
Yes.
It's a massive improvement from the previous one.
It is a bit. I think it's a bit better.
I actually like a song. That's Black Totem.
Black Totem.
Yeah. But as you said, I mean, he's probably not the best singer is kind of an understatement, I think.
Oh, Black Mountain Totem. I'm like, there isn't a Black Totem on
yeah.
here. I'm like, oh,
yeah,
there it is.
Black Totem, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have a physical of this one, so I don't know what the titles are, but yeah. But apart from that, it's the same crap over again. And repeating myself, but yeah, number 19.
All right. Austin.
Infernus asked if I was a hiking metal punk. Yes, the short answer is yes. I do a lot of hiking. I'm into metal and into punk.
You know, the last times I was out there, you almost killed me on like a 20-mile hike up a freaking mountain. Of course,
it wasn't 20 miles. It was 6 miles. And
I've been smoking all weekend, and then and then he took me on a hike. I'm fat.
You wore Converse.
Yeah, that was a bad choice. It was a bad choice. I didn't realize we're gonna go on a fucking life or death situation hike.
Bro, it was not that. It was 6 miles.
It was beautiful. It was a beautiful hike.
It was beautiful, but if you had worn appropriate footwear,
I don't have sensible footwear because I'm not very athletic.
Dude, if you had worn appropriate footwear, your feet wouldn't have been hurting so bad. As we were coming out of the backside of the 6 mile trail, some people that were doing it in reverse, and you complained to them.
I did. I'm finished. I complain.
And you complained to them, but you did not acknowledge the fact that you were wearing a pair of beat-ass blue Converse.
I was. I'm a hiking metal grump.
To quote Ben, in so many words, I'm going to paraphrase. 'Tis a poor carpenter who blames his tools.
Anyway,
this album
Circle the Wagons. What do you think?
It's a piece of shit. And yeah, sorry. I never liked it. It wasn't, I shouldn't say it's a piece of shit. That's not nice. But it made me uncomfortable. But I Am the Working Class was kind of a banger. Beck looks so horrified right now because
I'm still hung up on something else. Don't worry about it.
What did I say?
Something else.
Well, the poor carpenter who blamed his tools. You're blaming his tools, his shoes.
Yeah. No,
I get it, Beck. I hear you. You're right.
Totally agree.
I get it. She is not only smarter, cooler, prettier, and more fashion than me, but come on. Give me a
Come on.
I love you,
I'm on
buddy.
the screen.
She's not even on the screen. She's always better. All right. Anyways.
That's the way it is, man.
Put her on the
That's
screen.
the way it
then.
goes.
I know.
Let's let her finish the rest of the ranking.
She would do a better job right off the bat.
Oh.
She's better.
Am I next?
Anyways.
He's not done yet.
Yeah, no,
Oh, okay.
I'm just yeah, this record is low in my it's number 18. And it says literally, I Am the Working Class is a banger, but the rest has not aged so well. That's all I got. I'm done.
All right. Ben.
Well, of the 3 punk albums that I hate this one the least. I don't really have a reason why. I can listen to it to its credit. So I got it at number 19. So immediately when I did this whole ranking, I just put all 3 punk albums all the way at the bottom. And I've always remembered that not always, but Circle the Wagons is the one that I don't stop halfway through the album. Yeah.
Did you rank it?
19.
19.
19. Okay. All right. Well, for me, I love Circle the Wagons just for the singing on the chorus, but he starts off the song, "We're scanning the landscapes." He sounds like Jack Black from Tenacious D. And it bugs me a little bit. It bugs me a little bit.
Yeah.
know that you're on my mind. I like the chorus. That's fun. I do like the Graves of the 80s quite a bit. I am the Graves of the 80s. I am the Walking Dead. Something, your modern metal and bang your fucking heads. I mean, great. I'm completely 100% behind that headbanging track. I do like those treasures. I like the Fenris songs on here. His voice is quirky and weird, like I said, but there's a heart there. They're fun choruses. Because at this point in the game, I am not a huge fan of what Ted's doing with his voice. I'm just not.
Yeah.
I don't. His song contributions. Fenris's songs are typically they're fun. They fall into a formula. It's like a verse chorus type of thing. It's a typical kind of like pop structure, but with a metal.
He always writes 4/4, always.
Yeah, but then Ted comes in and he puts these weird. There's like these swarthy like weird songs that are like anti-melody, and he's kind of warbling over the top of it. It's just it bugs me. So yeah, at this point in the game, I'm kind of preferring the Fenris tracks a bit more with the quirky voice and all. But anyway, Circle the Wagons for me is number 13, which brings us to the Underground Resistance. It came out in 2013. It looks like this.
Good cover. They haven't had a lot of great covers that weren't just photographs. I think it's a pretty decent cover. Pretty metal.
Roger.
Yeah, this actually has a couple of great songs on it. I do like Dead Early. I think Lesser Man has some absolutely killer riffs on it. Overall, I think it's a massive step up, but it wasn't that hard to do. But kind of made me enjoy this album probably more than I would. I have actually put this on number 12, but it has to do with a couple of banger tracks. As I said, Lesser Man is one song that I played a lot this last couple of weeks because it's fucking cool riffs on it.
Yeah. Did you rank it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I put it on 12.
12. Yeah. Right on. Okay. Austin, I have to pee, so talk a minute. Talk.
Hello.
No, I just wanted to make it look like I was frozen. Anyways, all right. Which record are we on? I had to go pee. We're on the
Underground.
Resistance.
All right. So this is a difficult record because I intensely dislike this album. To the point that I think I've only ever listened to it in the presence of Ben.
Yes, you remembered.
Of course I do, brother.
Yeah.
We built Hammerheart while I suffered through this album. And you were like, "It's so good." And I was like, "Ha." And you were like, "Oh man." And I was like, and like, yeah, no, I get it. They were trying to experiment and go into new territory that they hadn't done before, but please don't. It
was time for
whatever. No, don't listen to me. Do what you want to do. Do your thing. Whatever you feel driven to do and you feel passionate about, that's fine. But I don't have to listen to it. And I bought it because I wanted to give it a shot. And I intensely disliked it. And and they still got my money. Good enough. I dislike this album quite a lot. And my ranking on it, I think it is number 20. I wrote, "This album is just not for me. I appreciate that they were trying new things. It's just not my thing."
Oh,
there you go. Hey, look at you in my room. What's up, Ben? What'd you think about Underground Resistance?
I was super relieved that they were done with their punk crust era.
But I like that it's a piece of shit.
The nostalgia of the Hammerheart times when this first came out and we first listened to this for the first time was pretty good. And I gotta admit, the chorus to Valkyrie,
I love it. Don't say anything bad right
I
now.
can't stop singing it.
Milky. I'm sorry.
It's like
Sounded just as bad.
Like, I'm not going to sit here and argue that this is like great, but this is the first time where it feels like Darkthrone are accepting that they aren't good at some stuff, and clean vocals is one of them. And but that's fine. Like, this is like kind of a proto power metal album stylistic wise. It really feels like a new era with some of the, over the top mountain top kind of singing power metal kind of stuff. It's not good, but it's refreshing to hear them trying some new stuff. And yeah, the nostalgia kind of kicks in again, and I'm like, all right, they're not bad again, at least. So kind of excited for it. I listened to it again today, and sure enough, that fucking Valkyrie chorus just kicked right in my brain again, and I'm singing it the whole night long. I can't stop singing it. It's so catchy.
Yeah.
It's not brilliant. It's not amazing. It's not well sung. It's just like he chose the right notes. It's really metal, whatever. Not a bad choice. There's other moments throughout the album that I think are pretty good. It's decent. I've got it at 10, and like, and that's halfway through the whole discography. And like, what that should tell you is that the rest of the discography is like pretty fucking down there. So 10. I think this is. I'm gonna side with Eric here. I'm pretty close to. I listen to this every once in a while, and then I go, why didn't I just put on Hate Them?
All right. Well, for me, I'm all in for this band photo right here. I mean, how that one didn't get culled from the lineup of photos, I don't know. But I gotta say, I think this is a decent record. I ranked it number 15, even though it's low on the ranking. I mean, come on. But the song Valkyrie or Valkyria or whatever the hell it is, man, this is one of those songs when I hit it in the track listing, when I listen to this, I back up and listen to it 4 times in a row. It's energetic. It sounds like it's a love song. It's written for, you read the lyrics, it seems like it's written for somebody, but he's singing right at the very top of what range he has, and I love it. The chorus, I love it. I love the entire song. Like I said, it's an energetic. It's so atypical from the rest of the record. It just stands out and it rules. It rules. I think it's a great fucking song. I also like Dead Early, the lead off track, and Leave No Cross Unturned at the end. They kind of went for the epic kind of banger at the end. I mean, this is, like I said, 15. Maybe the best thing about this record is the fact that you can see Skeptic's Apocalypse in the background there from Agent Steel, which is one of the best speed metal US records ever written. That thing fucking rules. But yeah, I mean, this is what it is. It's fun. I love the song Valkyrie. I wish I could rank the album higher for that song alone, but I can't. So we're on to 2016.
You sure can.
I sure can, but I didn't.
Don't rank it higher.
Not gonna. 15 as high as it goes. But we got 2016's Arctic Thunder.
Okay.
All right. Roger.
This says it all. Fantastic album. I was surprised. I liked it this better than I remembered when I revisited this one. Overall, it's a solid album. I would say not as uneven as a lot of their previous ones have been. It's just kind of more structured, and I just feel that they kind of have found a little bit more a path to walk. I would put this on 11th place. just because I was surprisingly liking this way more than I remembered back when it came.
Right on. Lunn, what you got?
So Roger and I are pretty comparable. I also had the same experience of liking the record a lot better now than when it came out. But I remember when it came out feeling like they had kind of picked up where they left off at Sardonic Wrath. That they had kind of skipped the punk stuff, which was cool. The punk stuff was cool. Well, for a while, for the first couple, but then it kind of like nose dove pretty hard. And I feel like Arctic Thunder this was the record that I was like, yeah, like I'm into this. And then right after it came out, I kind of lost interest because I just went back to the older albums that I liked a lot more. But I still enjoyed this. And this past week when I was at the brewery and I was working and I was listening to stuff for this when I was making beer, and you know, I'm alone in there all day. There's no one there but me. And then...
You love it.
I'm there by myself.
I'm all by myself.
All by myself.
I can listen to
You
music
miss
as
Andy.
loud as I want to. Even Beck is wiping a tear off.
I know, everybody's crying.
Yeah,
Dry
it's
eye
just
in the whole
It's-
chat.
It's like any time we play on the subject of mortality.
Yep.
Like the same thing. No, revisiting that album, it was a lot better than I remembered it being.
Yep.
And I felt like I should spend more time listening to it. You know, it's a good record. It's fun. It's got like kind of the crusty thing going on, but it still kind of reminds of the older era. And I think it's good. And it's got cool artwork, you know, it's got a little, you know, there's some boreal forest going on in the background, which you probably can't see. And there's a little fire in the corner, and you know, Colta picked a picture that looks very L'Oreal, and
Great.
Fenris picked a photo where you can see how Buffy is. You know, good for them. It's a killer record. I enjoyed it thoroughly. So, yeah. It is, what do I have it listed here at?
Someone should do a mashup Arctic Thunderstruck.
13 for me.
Right on. Okay. Ben.
You know, when I first wrote this ranking, I think I had Arctic Thunder higher up. I revisited it the other day, and it just sounds really tired, really heavy metal. And like, I don't know, I feel like I've just heard so many bands that aren't or didn't start as heavy metal bands, like just kind of fall back on heavy metal kind of riffs. And every time I hear it, I'm just like, really, let's get through this. So I dropped this down to 18. But when it came out, I was like, sick, they're back to playing black metal again. Maybe this is pretty good. And like, that's like the ongoing theme throughout the discography. There's just so many albums where they'll surprise you and you think, okay, I'm back on. And it just doesn't have the staying power. It's just they're a heartbreaker of a band, and it's mostly because of the incredible discography that they did in the first, 6, 7, 8, 10 albums or so. So yeah, I bought it. It's whatever. But this is really the last one for me that I would ever bother playing again, I think.
For me, I don't have a lot of notes on this. I have really none at all, other than the fact that I haven't listened to this since it came out, and revisiting it, it's surprisingly better than I remember it. I put it at number 14. I think the riffs are better. It feels like them trying to steer the ship back to more familiar waters, but they're not really wanting to let go of what they've been doing for the last decade at this point. So, I think it's their last really good record or solid record moving forward, which brings us to, before we get into that, the same year in 2016, they came out with The Wind of 666 Black Hearts, which is basically 2 rehearsals. You got 1991 rehearsals and the 1992 rehearsals. I've listened to this once since I bought it. It seems like one of the rehearsals was instrumental, and the other one was with 91 had Fenris, Culto, Zephyrus, and Dag Nielsen on bass. And then the 92 rehearsals is without Dag. It's just one of them had vocals, one of them did not, if I remember right. But cool artifact. Not anything I've pulled off. I had to have it, and what a waste. So stupid.
Yeah.
Stupid. Anyway,
Same.
that comes up to 2019's Old Star. Love the cover on this. I love it. I think it's a very cool cover. So, Roger, your thoughts on Old Star?
Again, a little bit like Arctic Thunder. I didn't remember this being any good at all. But this is actually the one that I played the most this last couple of weeks. Yeah, and it's getting better for each spin, which surprised me a lot. I don't know why, but it's kind of just clicked with me. I put this on 10th place. I feel it. The production is a little bit better than Arctic Thunder. It's kind of, I don't know why, but it just clicked with me suddenly. And kind of cool that I actually bought it when it came out and didn't like it, but I turned around on it big time. And I've probably played this 7-8 times the last couple of weeks and enjoyed it more and more.
All right. Austin.
The cover art is awesome.
It is awesome.
It's a great illustration. I spend a lot of time drawing, do a lot of illustrations for other people. I do some illustrations for myself, but I spend the time drawing pictures for other folks that I don't get paid for. And
oh, sorry, was that a violin moment or not?
And so when I look at this drawing, I'm looking at it and I'm like, man, somebody put a lot of time and passion into this drawing. That does not change the fact that I don't really like this album that much. It was like a one listen, couple listens, make a couple times, and it just never stuck with me. It never really hit me hard. It never it didn't really have any staying power. And it is number 19. It's number 19 in my list. It was like listen to it 2 or 3 times and then file it away in the
the abyss.
You know, and I don't want to feel dismissive. I don't want to be dismissive of a really important band, but it just, it wasn't my thing.
Like if you made a new friend at a show sometime and then you checked out their band and it was Old Star, you'd be like, pretty fucking good, dude. Cool. I like it. But since it's the best black metal band ever,
This guy that said Darkthrone is like pizza, even when it sucks, it's still pizza.
The same, Emerson. The same can be said for macaroni and cheese. Even if it's shitty macaroni and cheese, it's still macaroni. Even if it's like TV dinner macaroni and cheese.
Wait, are we
it's
getting
still,
hungry?
I love macaroni and cheese and pizza. Both of these are great. Yep.
Oh man, Marty, I know this is gonna be your weakness. I found out they make Rice Krispie treat ice cream sandwiches.
What?
Yeah, but
What?
no, but
Oh,
back
sounds
to
amazing.
Norwegian pizza is not the same. Also, this guy just said basically too old, too cold does not equal the power remains by Amebix. Thank you.
That's Eric. Hi, Eric.
No, the power does not remain, but it does, whatever. Anyways, I appreciate that sentiment. That means a lot to me.
Old Star is maybe the last time where they tricked me into thinking, okay, I'm back on board. And I bought it. I did a review of it. I was really psyched on it. And that was the last I ever listened to it. So I did this stream. Like, look, I don't think it's bad. I could probably be comfortable putting it at like 11 or something. I probably should have done that. Whatever. But at this point, I'm just like, I'm fucking done. I think so. It's an important point to make that so many bands could have such a lasting impact in like preserving their discography if they would just stop making mediocre albums. It's like mediocre albums almost do more damage to the band's legacy than bad albums. Like
That's really a good point.
Like Cold Lake, like it's such a divisive album, and
It's bad. That's bad though. That's bad. It's bad. And Vanity Nemesis, that's bad too. I don't care what anybody says. That's not an improvement. It's an improvement because Cold Lake sucked a bunch. And
so like
anyway.
Imagine they had done, a couple of like ho-hum kind of albums and then hate them and then fucking done. We would just be so exalted about their discography. But here we're just fucking wanking around, lingering on, doing a bunch of half-ass nonsense shit that I just don't fucking care about. And I would definitely prefer that they just stop releasing mediocre stuff. And like even like there was like this Lost Isengard album that came out a couple years ago.
That was crap.
Garbage.
Holy shit.
Absolute shite.
Yeah.
I get like I really think like Peaceville has kind of a cash grabby kind of attitude about them, but whatever. I put Old Star at 17. I think I would change that now. I think Astral Fortress, Beckons, and Eternal Hails are worse than Old Star, but whatever. Who cares?
I'm sorry. Someone said I would. Where is it? Fuck. Someone said that we should all agree that. Oh, right here, Kevin. Kev. We should all agree to disagree that 21 albums can't all be good. They have the points, but
totally.
we change and the things change. It's the best about metal but then the band Rage comes along, who has like close to 30 records, and hate to say it, they're still kicking ass, and they put out a lot of good. Even their so-so albums are really fucking good. It's crazy. PV is one of those guys that writes anyway. We could go on. We're gonna have a Rage dive with Jurgen. That's coming. That's my next plan. I have like 28 records or 27 records to listen to. It's ridiculous. Anyway, Old Star.
Great new pumice stones, and they're for like cleaning out the inside of my toilet bowls. It's gonna be a great night.
Perfect.
I do think that it's a fair assessment, though. Like it's really fair to look at the longevity of someone's discography and to see all the things that their band has endured through, everything that they have existed through, the trends, the fashion, and everything that they do is a response to that. And so when there are bands that have maintained kind of like look at the common thread. The ideal common thread doesn't change ever, right?
Right. But some people love that. Some people hate that. You can't make everybody fucking happy. You can't.
But when
It's
you
impossible.
look at the common thread, and the common thread is like this versus like this,
Yeah.
where they're just chasing this. They're just chasing whatever trendy thing, and is not authentic and not real to who they are. And I feel like Darkthrone has done. It's been very minimal. Their peaks and valleys have been very, very minimal and have all been on brand and have all kept within the realm of what Darkthrone is.
I can get behind that. Yeah.
I get behind that, and the fact that let's be honest here. You know, this band has got 21 records.
That's a lot.
That's a lot, and you know, we're writing our third record right now, and we had to get out of our own head the fact that it's our third record. What are we going to do? What are we going to evolve? You know, this and that and this and that. The fan, I think the record buying public that aren't musicians, that aren't musical people, they just expect every time a band puts out something, it's got to be fucking awesome. And you know, that ideally that is what you want, right? I mean, even from a band's perspective, a band wants to put out, they don't want to put out shit either. But you get to a point after 21 records, they can't all be a Blaze in the Northern Sky, which is, you know, some people's number 16. But they can't all be Ravishing Grimness. They can't all be, you know, Soulside Journey. There's all these things that it's not easy just to put in, you know, making music isn't a Play-Doh fun factory. You don't cram in, I'm going to put the pink in here. I'm going to put the star-shaped template on there. Oh, star-shaped whatever. It's I'm getting off my tangent here because I'm kind of drunk. But it's hard to, I mean, look at Creator. Creator's another band. You got Outkast. You've got Endorama. Every band that has been a legacy band for all these years, sometimes they get, you know, inner turmoil in a band. You get, you know, you're looking at, we started as a shitty thrash band not shitty, they're a fucking awesome thrash band as teenagers, and now all this modern shit is happening where there's gothic elements. You know, does anybody here want to listen to Creator do a gothic album? Fuck no, they don't. But they did it. They tried. They got, you know, Tommy from Corner in the band, who should be the best guitar player ever, and they wrote a gothic album. I mean, what the fuck? What I'm saying is, you cannot holding a band that this long to the fire all the time. Yeah, we're going to sit here and be somewhat critical because we're ranking, but I get it. At this point, Darkthrone is doing what Darkthrone wants to do, because ultimately, you're right. You're making music for yourself, and if they're happy at the end, you know, they dotted the I's and crossed the T's and said, "This is what we want to do at this point." It is what it is. Anyway, I'm fucking sorry. Sorry. Old Star. This is my number 20. And when this album came out, I fucking hated it. I hate to say that. This is mean to say, but I did not like it at all. But listening to it again this week, I was surprised at how much I enjoyed I Muffle Your Inner Choir. Which is
that about a fart?
Maybe it's about a fart, and I've also really liked the fact that how sharp and well produced this record is. It sounds really good. It's a good sounding record. But then
Shit that sucks.
Yeah, you've got a band that is trying to go back on simplicity. They're trying to go back to their simple years. But at this point in modern Darkthrone era, how would Yoda say this? 2 riffs does not a good song make. 2 riffs does not a good song make. There it is. That was a Yoda quote. There it is.
About a fart.
So yeah, this to me is number 20. I wanted to like it better. There's so many people that really was tooting the horn of this one, and I think at this point people are trying to justify their purchase. I'm one of them.
Yeah.
I still buy Darkthrone records. Sometimes I told myself I'm done, but I keep going back. And I think people are, the cover is just awesome. This is a good wall hanger.
Yeah.
Which brings us to, oh boy. This is, came out in 2021. This is Eternal Hails. Roger.
I'm not gonna hail this album. We're back to boring Darkthrone again. tried to listen to this, I remember liking this better than I did now. That has kind of been some of the things here I have turned on. Those I hated, I kind of liked more, and vice versa, unless or the punk era. But kind of don't remember anything about the album. I just think it's flat out boring. It's on 17th place, could have been 20. But yeah.
All right. Austin.
Yeah, no, I am not a fan of this album in any way. And so when this album came out, we were in the pandemic.
Yeah.
And it was dark times in the USA. It was super grim. Things were ugly.
Simon says eternal fails.
Eternal fails. Yeah. It was a shitty time, especially in Minnesota, where at the time I was living south of here, about an hour north of the Twin Cities, where all the riots were happening and everything. The shit had hit the fan. And it was just ugly. I don't give a fuck. And it was, ugly. It was an ugly. But Charlie was living with me and back because he was our, he was everyone's best friend. Says Charlie was fill stuff for me and Panopticon stuff. It became his band as well. And he was doing homeschool stuff for me and Beck's kids while I was doing brewery stuff and Beck was doing art stuff. And probably didn't have work at the time. So he came to stay with us, and our community kind of insulated, and we protected our own. And so during the time that this album came out, Charlie was literally living in our house in our guest room doing homeschool work with our children. And it was awesome because we would all hang out, listen to records, drink beers together, have a good time hanging out after the kids were asleep, chilling out in the basement, as you're seeing. And this record came out, and we all sat down together to listen to it, cracked a couple beers, and Charlie and I had intense critique over the recording of this album. The main thing that really bothered me...
It sounds like absolute shit. Anyway, sorry.
I wasn't going to say that.
I did.
That was you, not me.
That was me.
But the thing that really bothered me the most was the lack of attack on the kick. There was this softness. There was this softness kick. There was no attack. There was no downbeat. It was this kind of gentle. It sounded like some cotton ball just going.
Yeah.
And I could not stand it. I could not stand it.
Yeah.
To me, at least where I grew up in the South, the kick drum and the snare were the core of everything you did. And that kick drum needed to really power through, and that snare needed to be as hard as you could hit it.
Mm.
And I like to think that in my drumming, I have exemplified that. Of course, I probably have not, and I will, have untold critique. But I like to think that I have, as a drummer, hit as hard as I could possibly hit. And that power of the kick, that attack, that snare, that kick. And I watched some videos with Fenris where he was talking about his choice of beater. And the beater that he chose was a softer kind of, it looked kind of like a weird little puffball thing. And I remember thinking, why would you pick that? you know. But whatever.
Candy.
I mean, whatever. People do what they do. But the sound of that record, Eternal Tales, is my last record. It's 21. I don't like it at all. There is not really. I mean, the first, what is it? The Hate Cloak, the single, has some kind of Candlemassy vibes.
It's not good. It's long too. It goes on
Yeah,
for fucking.
but I
hours.
love Candlemass. I love Candlemass. But that's the only thing good I have to say. And my mother told me that if you can't say anything good, you shouldn't say anything else.
That's not the point of the show.
No.
Well, I'm not an asshole.
We here to spit some fucking hate.
I'm not an asshole.
You are not. 100% agree with that.
So I liked the Candlemassy parts of Hate Cloak.
Devin says this is an insult to Candlemass. See, you're surrounded by. The problem is, Austin, you're surrounded by assholes.
I get it. I'm Snake Pit. That's fine.
That's why we're here. No,
All right, Ben.
we give albums their final due on the chopping block every week. I am drizzunk.
I'm a little tipsy.
Eternal
snipsy.
Hails, horrible vocals, boring songs. This sucks.
Yeah.
I get the Candlemass thing. Like Epicus is all I need. I don't need Darkthrone doing fucking Candlemass. I would take another fucking anything. Ravishing Grimness. Make Ravishing Grimness Part 2, if anything. But seriously, they should have stopped 15 years ago. I have said I'm done buying Darkthrone albums so many times, but Old Star is where I did actually stop. If I saw Eternal Hails on CD,
Me too, but I said that after every one, and I'm like, I buy it. I'm like, maybe this one will be better. But it's not.
This is where I'm out, man. I'm fucking out. If I saw Eternal Hails in a junk shop for $2 on CD, you can fuck off. Shit sucks. I will buy Fenriz a beer and hang out with that motherfucker all night long, but not buying this shit. This is beneath me.
All right. Well, for me, this is my least favorite Darkthrone record. It's their worst album. And the thing that I don't get is you've got such a run of records here that are produced really well. In Eternal Hails, it does not sound good. It sounds like they went back to their old ways, which I can understand the allure of that, wanting to get back to some sort of organic primal urge, and then they're doing this traditional Doom thing on here, which, okay, we're going to explore this for a minute. And again, they're trying to do it by beating us over the head with some okay riffs, but not great riffs they don't warrant the repetition. The vocals are tired. I don't know. This whole album to me is just, I'm just going to stop there. And we're going to jump to,
it's all it deserves.
2022's Astral Fortress. We did an album club on this.
Sure did.
Probably one of my best thumbnails ever.
Yeah. I did that, motherfucker. I did that thumbnail, you piece of shit.
You started it. I finished it.
We treated this
Astral
like
Fortress
a toilet bowl for an hour and a half.
2022. Roger.
Same as I fucking hate it. Terrible cover, crappy songs, boring as fuck. Could have been 21. It's 18, but I couldn't put 6 albums at 21's place. So there's nothing there at all for me.
All right, Austin.
Caravan of Broken Ghosts was good.
There you go.
Yeah, I was kind of pulled in. I had that like, ooh, they're back. No, don't do it.
Eric, it had Amoebix vibes.
The vocals.
Yeah, and there's little keyboard parts. It kind of had some monolith going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's sorry, I'm kind of drunk.
We're at the end. We're almost done.
No, I'm 10 beers in. So it's not good.
I'm on number 8, but I got 4.
I'm around 7 or 8 too. But
Astral Fortress, Fortress is 15 in my list.
that's pretty high.
Right.
What?
I think it was because of the Amoebix vibes, Eric.
Mm.
And yeah, that's all I got.
All right, Ben.
Me, for the album club, this was maybe one of my first forays into the album club. I'm trying to click on a button and it's really hard. I feel like
There's
we
a
gave this
butt on
album
the cover of
its
this record.
total due. I really tried for that album club to like think of anything positive to say about it, and I just could not. Like, it could not be any more clear at this point that the band should just stop. Like, look, my MO or my ethos is like, if you enjoy it and you're happy making music, don't stop. Whatever. It's
Yeah,
fine.
I agree.
deal with it.
And a lot of people like this
to make
stuff.
the choice whether we're going to buy a record, review a record, or what we're going to think of it, right? But I would just like, I am done. I'm fucking done with this band at this point. But I do like this more than It Beckons Us All. I got this at 14. Don't own it. Don't need to own it. Yeah. Send me a copy of this and I'll send it on to somebody else. Like, I am so uncomfortable. Like, I have so many albums that are probably worse than this in my collection. But since this is an album, this is a band that I love, I prefer not to be reminded of the bad moments of one of my favorite bands. So I don't want to have this in my house. Is that bad? I don't think that's bad.
Well, for me, this is number 19. We talked about this at length on the album club. So you want to watch us for an hour and a half talk about this album, go over there and do that. It's in the playlist for the album club. I will say, listening to it back this week, it sounds good. The record sounds good. It finally clicked with me with the vocals. It reminds me, there's like a narration type of vocal style. Ted's just kind of talking. It reminds me of Dead Brain Cells' Universe album, but worse. I ended up liking Dead Brain Cells Universe, but it's just weird how you got all these riffs and you're just kind of talking, kind of mumbling over the top of them. Yeah. But anyway, let's wrap this. We got the last one here. It Beckons Us All. It came out in 2024 via Peaceville Records, and it says no metronome since 1987. Right on. There you go.
You fucking bought it!
I bought it. Of course I did. I can't say no. I keep buying them.
I actually like a couple of songs on this album.
Me too. This was a step up for sure.
Yeah, like Aeon 3 is pretty good. Black Dawn Affiliation is my favorite track on this album.
Mine too. Right on.
Yeah, and I do like the second half of the last song. I don't like the first half, but the video that they released for it do have My Mountain in it at 135.
Is this the one with the synth stuff on it? Or am I thinking of a different song? Anyway,
it's just a very slow starter, and
Yeah.
it has a lot of these kind of natural photographs or film clips from Norway. And as I said, My Mountain is there at 135. So
Well, they're not my
So-
mountains, so whatever.
No, so whatever. But apart from that, the rest is boring as fuck. It's number 16. It's the best of the crappy albums.
All right, Austin.
Me
The
and
best
Mitch
of the
are
crappy
fighting.
albums.
So
Comment.
was it the guy that was complaining a lot, Scott, about my?
Yeah, you're yeah.
So it's number 15. I have it pulled up, Scott. I got it pulled up for you, so you don't have to cry so much. It's his number 15, and I feel like it's the vibe that I got from it is this kind of monolith amoebics kind of vibe, Eric. This monolith of amoebics vibe. It's because it's got the synth, it's got the analog synth, which I feel is integral to the sound of the record, which sets it apart. Hey. Scott acknowledged.
He did. He said you're prepared. He's psyched.
I feel like they were influenced by their influences. They took it to heart and they took it a step further, and they acknowledged that there's analog synths on the record, which is a part of that kind of monolith sound. And that was cool. And that created a differentiation in the things they had done before. There is a distinctive difference between this record and the 3 records before. This is something different, something new. This is a move forward. Somebody mentioned Sonic Mass. Oh, that was Ben. I love Sonic Mass. Sonic Mass is a Killing Joke record that Amoebics made.
Yeah.
I think it sounds like Bathory, and I don't like Killing Joke. I must be missing the whole
Bathory? I don't get the Bathory.
I don't get Bathory. I get Killing Joke. And I feel like this album continues that, but within the context of Darkthrone. There is that same kind of Killing Joke vibe through the lens of Amoebics. I actually really thoroughly enjoyed this album. I thought it was great. I liked it a lot. I still listen to it. I mean, I haven't been a, rapid consumer and bought a t-shirt or anything, but Scott, I'm gonna go ahead and look up this. Where is it at on my list?
You said it was 15, didn't you?
Yeah.
No, that was Astral Fortress.
Oh,
No, we both had 14 for Astral Fortress. It's fucking amazing, though, that a band fucking 40 years on can still captivate us enough to think, I'm curious to hear what they do next.
I'm always going to be curious. I'm always
not,
curious.
I'm not curious at all.
I'm with Roger, man.
For me, I kind of drew the line when F.O.A.D came out. I was easily done with them.
Yeah.
I have bought only Arctic Thunder and Old Star, and that's the only one I have picked up. The rest I don't care about. I will never buy them. I will never listen to them again.
I can randomly grab any.
Stream forced me to listen to shit that I would never have listened to.
Right.
But a couple of albums actually turned out to be better than I remembered. So that was cool about it.
So the reason that I said Astral Fortress was because it's number 14.
Yeah.
It beckons us all is just above Astral Fortress. And I do enjoy this album. It doesn't stand up against the earlier era,
Oh, no. Of course not.
but it's still fucking good.
Yeah.
So all right, cool, we're done now. I am drunk.
We're not done yet. we're not done yet. Ben, your
We gotta talk
thoughts.
about Isengard and Volhall and Towers.
Storm. We got to talk about Storm.
No.
Sarkia.
Yeah.
I've maybe listened to Sarka once or so.
Yeah, don't bother.
I'm not a fan.
No,
Boring.
Not a fan.
I've listened 3 times because they have 3 albums.
Yeah, more than that.
That would be very great.
They have more than 3 albums.
It's
They have
so
more-
hard to watch somebody who put out amazing music, some of our favorite music, to like linger on and just keep on trying and just never land the mark. And like, I know we're able to be objective about anything they would do. Like, if you told me that an Isengard album dropped tomorrow and that it was amazing, I'd give it a shot. I'm willing to believe at this point. I'm so sold on Darkthrone and Fenris's talent that I'm willing to believe he's capable of anything tomorrow. But I'm being proven wrong so fucking often that I'll listen to a lot, but buying it, no. You're gonna have to really impress me to make me buy another album. And like, I don't want to be some fucking capitalist snob and act like I'm gonna have to try harder to get my money or whatever. But man, like, I have so many fucking pieces of plastic in my house that I don't fucking listen to, that I don't need another fucking Astral Fortress.
Dude, don't even act like you're not going to pick up the next record, because you totally are.
No, man. I picked up Old Star. I listened to it once. I'm done. I was done.
Yeah.
I didn't get Eternal Fails. I didn't get whatever. Fucking, I'm done. I am done.
Yeah.
And there's no other band. Even Immortal, my favorite fucking band. I'm this stupid. I'm this fucking stupid. I didn't.
You're ready for multiple jackets.
I didn't buy their last album. Fuck them. Fucking burn in hell. You suck. I'm done. Yeah, done.
All right. Well, for
In
me,
the ground. 2005. Hate them. They should have been done. End statement.
I'm kind of with Austin here. I think because I was done at Old Star, but I bought it. I was done at Eternal Hails, but I bought it. Man, I wish I didn't buy that one. Astral Fortress, I bought it. And I said I wasn't gonna. And then I heard one song on one of the single releases for Becca's Assault, and I bought it. And really, it's, I think, the best album they've done in a while, because they're actually writing songs. There's like, the songs go somewhere and they're interesting. Like, I think Roger mentioned Black Dawn Affiliation.
Yeah.
Man, the music break in that song, there's a really nice chord and riff choices in there. Really nice, really tasty. And the production of the album is really good. Ted sounds, he's not kind of just talking through stuff. There's a feel in the music he's trying to accentuate here. I think the album is definitely a step up. I put it at number 17, which still is low, but man, how are you going to rank an album like this up against the classic era of this band? You just can't.
No, you can't.
You just can't.
No.
And for me, in closing, I'm just going to say that, everybody's like, oh, everybody's thinking Darkthrone's going to come back and rip out a black metal record. Man, that ship has sailed. That ship has sailed and sunk. That's done. They're old dudes now. They're happy doing what they're doing, and if it beckons us all as a step in a better direction, I'm hopeful that the next one's going to be just as good, if not better. I'm back on. I liked It Beckons Us All. I think it's a pretty tasteful record. There's some good songwriting on it. There's some good drum work on it. There's some good singing on it. I think it's a step in a better direction, but I don't know. In closing, what do you guys think? How do you want to wrap this? I just kind of wrapped it for myself here. But
yeah. No, as I said, I kind of draw a line. I mean, everything from F.O.A.D and downwards is a different band, so to speak. I have no problem with them doing it. I just don't care anymore.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. What annoys me when people are nagging about the new Metallica album not being master puppets. Get over yourselves. They have moved on. Move on. If you like it, it's good. if you don't like it, leave it the fuck alone. So yeah,
Yep.
it's that easy. I mean, I'm tired of people sitting and moaning and bitching about this band has done 10 terrible albums in a row now. Why don't they make a good album again? I mean, why do you keep trying to get it? I mean, move on. That's my kind of just take on stuff. I don't, of course, it annoys me that I didn't make a couple of more great albums, but I do have 8, 9 great albums that I can listen to over and over again, and that's more than enough for a band. You don't need to like 21 albums by a band at all.
Yeah. Austin, you have any closing comments?
Yeah. The last few Darkthrone records have been better than the last couple Morbid Angel records.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Darkthrone may have put out some albums that you didn't like that much, but at least they weren't Killer Cop. All right.
Oh God. Yeah.
So before you go,
Or cherry orchards.
Bear, before you go and complain about this, at least it's not that, at least it's not that one Morbid Angel album. So
I'll dive in a man's anus.
I'll dive in a man's anus. I wasn't gonna say it, but whatever.
It's how you pronounce it.
Yeah. At least it's not that. They have stayed to an extent true to what they started with as they have grown as individuals. And so, you may not believe 100% in what they're doing now, but sorry, I'm drunk. Cool.
Cheers.
Let's go. Yeah, no, it's not that bad. That's what I have to say. It's not that bad.
There you go.
It's true.
Ben.
I puppet that big time. The worst albums of the greatest black metal band. We really that's you can't say it enough. But I just get so bothered by albums that want to take my attention from albums that I would prefer to return to the older I get. So I don't need another Astral Fortress. I need Under a Funeral Moon for the 177,000th fucking time. That's who I am.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean that I'm saying Fenris, Nocturnal Culto, stop going into the studio and releasing new albums. No, you have your fun. I want art and music to make people happy. And I want darkness and satanic music to be as prevalent as ever, especially now. But am I going to spend money to bring it into my house? Probably not.
Right on. And in closing for me, ultimately Darkthrone doesn't owe us anything. They're at this point making albums to make themselves happy. Great. I 100% respect that. And I have so much love and respect for this band. At one point in time, they were my favorite band.
Yeah.
Nocturnal Culto's voice, when I was singing, I tried to model my voice after that. I love the way he retches and screams. It's great. To me, it's the way black metal's supposed to sound. And
Unparalleled.
To me, they're not just a black metal band. I mean, I came into this band when they were Soulside Journey. And Soulside Journey is snicker, whatever. I see a snicker what I just said that came into the band. But Soulside Journey is just such a classic death metal album. And they've got a lot of tools in their arsenal, and they just choose to be what they are right now, and that's fine. That's fine. But does anybody have anything before we close? We've already talked about everybody's links that have been in this show tonight are in the description. Go check out the Panopticon page to buy yourself some sweet t-shirts, some records, some patches, some stuff.
Cool guy.
Roger Kjørvik's, I said it wrong again probably. His YouTube channel rules. Roger is awesome dude, and we'd love having him on the show. He is a trooper, staying up all fucking night to watch these drunk bastards talk about Darkthrone. Ben, the Brainsmasher, he's got a Patreon page, which I did not put in the link, but I'm sure you can find it through his YouTube page, which I did put in the link. But
hell yes, Scott.
Yeah. Yeah, Charles Valley. Yeah, there you go. Check out some Charles Valley and be greatly disappointed. But yeah, that's it. Thank you guys. Seriously, y'all rule. This was long overdue. We did it a bit inebriated, which I'm sure is in the true spirit of Darkthrone. And anybody have anything to add before we jump?
Nope. Thanks to all in the chat.
Yeah, tons of killer stuff in the chat. Thank you, everybody. We had a lot of fun tonight.
Both Eric, Mitch, love you guys.
Well, thanks for all the good jokes.
Yeah,
I laughed really hard.
Okay, guys,
and I totally needed a good laugh tonight. Thank you all for the
Don't hang up. But everybody else, we'll see you. Check out the Discord server. Links in the description. The conversation continues over there. Lots of fun in the Discord server. So check that out, everybody.
Unholy
Cheers.
black metal.